All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Monday, April 14th work session. Great to have everyone here, so we'll start with the roll call.
Mayor Garitano,
Here.
Councilmember Brost, Councilmember Edens.
Here.
Councilmember Ottenberg.
Here.
Councilmember Dodwell.
Here.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
Councilmember Jaxi.
Here.
Councilmember Hopper.
Here.
Councilmember Galani.
Here.
Councilmember Preston. Councilmember Mabry.
Here.
Councilmember Nyan. Councilmember Farmer. Councilmember McCutcheon. Here. Councilmember Rambo.
Here.
Councilmember Krantz.
Here.
Councilmember Albers.
Thank you for joining us here tonight. Friendly reminder when you do speak.
That may sound defiant, but it was.
Regarding an item or any of the items that are listed under for information. I'll just checking to see if anyone does have a question. If not, certainly can come back to it under the miscellaneous portion of the agenda for tonight. If anyone wants to come back and revisit any of the items here. So with that, then we'll move under for action. And Director Vunich is already coming forward to Planning and Parks Committee item, which is the design and development contract for the all-inclusive unlimited play facility at the Village Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, the Planning and Parks Committee is providing you tonight a recommendation report relative to Phase 2 of the Village Green. Phase 2 of Village Green is the all-inclusive playground that is under design by a company called Unlimited Play. Unlimited Play is a not-for-profit that has been successful in developing all-inclusive playgrounds in the St. Louis region, the state of Missouri, as well as the rest of the United States. They are, for all intents and purposes, one of the principal and primary companies in this area of playground design and development. Over the course of the development of the design for Phase 2 of Village Green, this playground, conversations have been held between the not-for-profit Unlimited Play, the Department of Planning and Parks, and the Planning and Parks Committee. Those conversations have focused on next steps now that the City Council has endorsed the premier design for this facility. Those next steps are typical steps in our process. It is now the design and engineering component to create plans for the development of the site and specifications for bidding purposes. Somewhat unusual, and this again comes from Unlimited Play, they are, for all intents and purposes, somewhat of a one-stop shop. They have preferred pricing from Little Tikes Commercial, which supplies the equipment for these playgrounds, as well as a company that has worked with them extensively across the country for the design, engineering, and bid specifications. The option for the city is to engage Unlimited Play and have them bring the sub-consultants to the table, so to speak. Those sub-consultants being the engineering component and the purchase of equipment. I would note that given the relationship with Little Tikes Commercial and Unlimited Play, that company has agreed to hold the price on the equipment now for about 18 months and going on 2 years. As you know, with inflation and other pressures in the economy, it's going to be a substantial cost savings for the city. Planning and Parks Committee did consider this kind of all-inclusive bundle and did endorse it to the extent that the development of the bid documents, so to speak, and the purchase of the equipment could be done. And that once the bid specifications and engineer plans are available, then we would go out to bid for actual construction. The department did contact the city attorney to see how this proposal, this approach, complies or not complies with our purchasing and bidding requirements from the municipal code. And the city attorney, I believe, felt that you were within our bounds if we wanted to explore this. So the Planning and Parks Committee is presenting to you tonight this proposal to have Unlimited Play, the not-for-profit company helping with the master plan for this playground, carry a couple of additional components through a sub-consultant contract they have and a main contract with the city. So tonight, the department would like an endorsement of this from the city council so that the city attorney can begin the development of an agreement with Unlimited Play so that we can get the process moving forward. A couple of ancillary points. The Assistant Director of Planning and Parks, Ms. Ripito, filed for a grant with the St. Louis County Municipal Park Grant Commission. So Phase 2 has received a grant of $575,000. That grant process must be completed by June 2026. And so that is why we are asking for action tonight, so we can keep things moving forward. And hopefully, by this time next year, we'll have the bones, if not more, of an Unlimited Play facility in Village Green. Thank you.
Councilmember Ottenberg.
Yeah, just a question, Director Vunich. Basically, for all intents and purposes, then, just to put it another way, Unlimited Play would be basically the general contractor on this project.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions or comments, Councilmember Farmer?
I don't have any questions or comments. I'd be happy to make a motion to press forward with your recommendation.
Second. Is that okay? So we have a motion on the floor. Let's see, do we have any other questions or comments from anyone here? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to proceed with the department's recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And oppose or abstain? All right, that motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, next up on the agenda is item B under for action, which is the Ad hoc Building Committee, the review of the geotechnical forensic study of the Wildwood Municipal Building and next steps. So hand it over to our city administrator.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Wanted to give a quick update. This has been discussed at the Administration Public Works Committee, but also the Ad hoc Building Committee. Just wanted to give a quick update on the leak repairs in 3 distinct areas, but also discuss the report that was submitted by UES, which was formerly Geotechnology. We'll first just jump into the leak repair. Happy to report that the clock tower leak that was identified has been sealed up and is good to go. Also, with the installation of the guttering on the back of the dormer that we have on the back of the building, the second floor kitchen leak has also been fixed up at this point. We are still working on the police station leak since they did come out. Stat Inc. was the contractor on that, and they did the repair work that was outlined under the scope of the agreement, but unfortunately, the water infiltration persisted. It's at a less level now, but further exploration is needed. They're looking to potentially remove the trays, which is the green roof on that back area of the building, because they believe there is a area underneath the green roof which has some type of crack or issue with it where water is infiltrating. They will be coming out in the next couple of weeks to do an exploration, but just wanted to give a heads up there. But 2 of the 3 leaks have been successfully completed. Moving on to the little bit more pressing matter, we did have the report from UES submitted. This was approved back in 2024, but it took a little bit for them to get the data needed to kind of come to some solid conclusions. That said, this work included 4 different components, one being the rain garden exploration, where they went in and dug out 4 different test pits. They also installed a piezometer on the western half of the building outside where the grass is next to the village green to monitor the groundwater flow underneath the surface. On top of that, they also did core samples in the community room and the back mechanical room here in town, in our City Hall. And then last but not least, they added crack monitors at different areas within the building to really check and see if those cracks were moving still, if the building had already settled. A couple findings of importance was within the rain garden remediation, rain garden exploration, they had found that there's supposed to be a drainage pipe at the footer of the actual foundation itself, about 4 feet underneath. And in this case, that was found in at least one of the test pits that were dug out, where they were able to get that deep. They were not able to find that drainage feature. So in that case, that was one cause of concern. Could lead to some additional water buildup underneath the building. On top of that, they did also find within the core samplings that were taken, and in the report today, it shows the consistency of what was found in those core samples, but they went about 3.5 feet below the surface, and what they found was a little bit of fat clay in both samples, more fat clay being concentrated in the sample within the mechanical room, but fat clay was also found in the core sample within the community room. And the presence of fat clay does indicate and would lead to potential cracks, settlement issues, et cetera. Back in 2006, when we had our original geotechnical study done for the area, which would be eventually called City Hall and built on City Hall, it was recommended that 24 inches for the foundation and 36 inches for the actual slab itself be over excavated to allow for the removal of these types of materials, because fatty clay was found at that time. From the assessment that was taken with just 2 samples, it does seem that that over excavation may not have taken place. So that is one other feature, and it does seem that may be contributing to some of the movement within the building. Lastly, we're kind of getting more into the effect of the issue. The crack monitors last summer in June and July, they were constantly coming back and forth over a couple different weeks, and they hadn't really noticed too much movement within those crack monitors. But we wanted to also test when temperatures were most variable. So they came back in February of 2025 when temperatures were pretty much at its coldest for the year and coldest for what a Missouri winter looks like. And they did find some significant movement on the second floor. Specifically, the first floor didn't have too much movement, but the second floor showed up to 5 millimeters of movement within those crack monitors. So all this is going to say that the generalized problem, at least from a conceptual idea here, is that water is being stored in the back rain garden. We've had some issues with water infiltration in the back storage room and also the women's restroom here on the first floor. So that does support that theory. Water is building up underneath the building and causing the fatty clays that are still present to expand. Once that upward pressure is pushed up against the foundation, and also the walls that make up our building, it seems like it is pushing outwards, which is why you would find the cracks that are mostly concentrated on the front end side that doesn't have a counterforce, as in the background that we have here on the south side of the building. So in this case, they were suggesting a couple different things from the report. One that doesn't really seem cost effective, but to go in and pretty much do that over excavation, even though there is a slab currently there. So it'd be very difficult and very disruptive to day-to-day operations. So they pretty much argued for the fact that we should worry about the water infiltration, which from the ad hoc building committee, a couple recommendations from that the department concurred on could be explored. One would be to retrieve some just simplified quotes, which we've already begun doing for installing that missing drainage pipe. That is a key feature that if does not get addressed, the water will continuously keep seeping underneath. So that is under the works. And then also engaging an engineering firm for a rain garden reconfiguration, if you will. That would lead to potentially having it slope against the building and help drive that water away from our foundation. That's one component. And then the third component would be engaging an attorney, a specialized attorney that could look through the documents, the contracts that were agreed upon for the building, and see what kind of general liability is out there for these different issues that we've seen to find here in the building. So that, paired with the structural engineer that would probably be brought on board, is the recommendation from the department, but also from the ad hoc building committee. The department could get these quotes and go out for an RFQ for the engineering firm, and then an RFQ for the attorney to start reviewing these records, and could bring back that information at a subsequent meeting as early as the May meeting. And the department's available for any questions. Thank you.
Council Member Farmer, and then I'll come over to Councilmember Dodwell.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about this at our city building update meeting, and I'm going to say it probably not as kindly or eloquently as Tom did. The building is a mess, and there's some really very odd things that appear to have occurred for some reason. So if I were to reorder that ask, I would put the attorney towards the top so we can figure out what's going on. Unfortunately, the statute of limitations on that doesn't appear to be in great shape for us. However, there might be some outstanding circumstances. And I also think, unless I misunderstood, Tom, that when we talked about this in the meeting, there's a pretty good likelihood that the rain gardens are going to need to come out and some type of internal storage is going to go in. There just seems to be a litany of unique choices that were made at certain points in time that have gotten us to a pretty bad spot. So I don't want to take up anybody's time, but I'm happy to make a motion to move forward on this stuff quickly because time is certainly of the essence with the statutes of limitations that we're working with.
Councilmember Dodwell and then McCutcheon.
I was going to make a similar motion, but I will second the motion that was just made and concur. Just an FYI, the general contractor, Kennedy and Associates, that worked on this building, I have some experience from being an employee at the St. Louis Community College, and they did a building up in North City for the community college, and we ran into several of the similar types of problems that we're seeing right now on that particular facility. It didn't have the same ground issues, but you don't always get, sometimes you get what you pay for, and the lowest bidder isn't always the best. But if we can move forward with option number one, the attorney, and then option number two, mitigating issues as quickly as possible, that'd be great.
Okay, so it looks like we have then a motion on the floor. Colleen, do you have that motion down or do you need it repeated?
You could repeat it, that'd be great.
Joe? Start.
Yeah, the motion is to reach out for RFQs for both the engineer and the attorney, and to do so as quickly as humanly possible.
Okay, so
Yep.
discussion on the, so I did have Councilmember McCutcheon and I saw Rambo and Marshall. Go ahead, Councilman McCutcheon.
I was just going to second the motion.
Rambo.
Yeah, this is a simple question. There's a typo. There's a number 1 and 4 zeros, but the comma may not be in the right place. Is it $10,000 or are we missing a zero?
Do apologize. That should say 100,000. That's what's currently in the capital improvement sales
Okay.
tax fund for the building this year, but that would be a split. There would be, some of it would be going towards the engineering firm, but first and foremost would be going towards the litigation to pay the lawyer to look
Got
at the
it.
records.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. We have Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, the third part of that motion, to go ahead and start looking for options for that rain garden, is that included in your engineering project or is that need to be a separate motion?
That would be requested, just at least for the drainage pipe feature, because that could be done for a reasonably small cost and could help at least kind of push some of these issues down while we're working on the engineered study and working on the legal side.
So would Councilmember Farmer and Councilmember Dodwell agree to amend their original motion to do that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we have that. Colleen, all right. Anyone else have anything? Councilmember Krantz.
Yeah, what's the time frame for the attorney to get back to us?
Yes, and thank you, Mayor. In this case, after tonight, we can start engaging those attorneys now since it's a professional service.
Okay, I know very little about law, but sometimes when you get first notice of an issue, that's when the clock starts on the statute.
We can reach
So-
out to them certainly tomorrow.
So, okay.
Councilmember Brost.
I guess, I don't know if it's part of the motion or a separate item, but I would like to think that any of the professionals that were involved in this mess, and that like Mr. Farmer said, that's putting it very politely, would have no activity with the city. And whether it would be ARB or any other activity. Now, if a developer wants to engage them, that's their business. But I guess I would like some assurance that, and again, I'll put it politely, that we don't entertain any other suggestions or guidance from the idiots that were involved in the construction of this building. So, I'm not sure how we address that, but I certainly don't think we want to go back to the same well that gave us this mess. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We can either, if the maker and the second are in agreement, if we want to modify the motion to include that and put it in.
Yeah. Let me think about the best way to make that. I don't think we want to make motions to not, I don't disagree, Larry, but I don't think we want to make motions to not engage idiots. That probably won't help us, but maybe we need to look at who those people might be and if they are currently involved in any of our committees or other official capacities. And if so, probably at least until a legal review takes place, we need to put that on some kind of hold.
I was going to suggest that we wait until we get some legal review and identify these individuals before we make that a edict from the table here.
Okay, so with the second.
So we have facts.
basically, approaching it a little bit different.
So maybe, I mean, we can wait, I guess, until we get some feedback on that one, but I'm with you. We'll get that in place here quickly.
Councilmember Bros, you heard that, or do you want to still proceed? You can make an amendment if you'd like.
Well, in the interim, let's not listen to any of those idiots. How's that?
All right, let's,
And then once we get to the point, then let's, because it's terrible. Okay, it's terrible. So let's not make sure if they tell us to jump, let's not jump. All right.
We'll refer to them as individuals. So thank you for that.
I sort of like idiots because I think we need to make a point here, and I hope they're listening. I've said it before, but yeah, this is not complicated stuff that they did not do properly. This is very common in our region. It's normal, and there's a lot worse words I can use than idiot. So, but I think that's a good start. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have anything else? Otherwise, all right, we do have that motion on the floor. Seeing that there is no other discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, abstained? That motion passes. We'll move on to C under for action, the Administration and Public Works Committee. The first item is, bless you, first item is the review of satellite internet equipment rebate program. The first item to the city administrator.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the City Council. Wanted to present a stopgap measure here tonight. Give a quick review of kind of where we're at with the Internet Access Project Phase 2. We are still in kind of a flux with Spectrum in the sense that they have not provided a firm counter proposal of what we can share, what they did provide to us, and as we all know, it exceeded the expenditure authority of the City Council. And what we've been doing now as a department has been looking at the BEAD program to see what funds would be available and identifying the application areas that make up our city. That said, 149 of the addresses that are on our list have currently been applied for, but at this time, we do not have a firm timeline from this office, the Missouri Office of Broadband Development, that would give us 100%, accuracy on when they're going to be rolling out these funds and also providing the yes or no to the ISPs responsible. So that said, the department's been working with a couple different providers that provide low Earth orbit internet access through what you would call satellite. After speaking with some residents that have deployed this technology, they are reporting that they see speeds up to about 250 to 275 megabits per second, as long as they don't have really a lot of tree foliage over the home. So that case, the department's been working on what would be a rebate program to allow individuals on our phase 2 list. And if an individual were to be identified of not having internet, could be discussed at a later date by the council. But overall, this would be a program that would encourage a resident on our list to be able to go out, purchase the necessary equipment, which after looking at a couple different options, there is the Amazon product, there's OneWeb, and there's also Starlink. There's a bunch of different technologies that use these low Earth orbit satellites that really just boost your internet access based off the device you place on your home. The average cost for one of these devices that helps you turn on the service is about $350. So what the department was wanting to present tonight is a rebate program, not necessarily replacing our plans for phase two, but more so providing an immediate solution to residents that may be in need, that may be still sticking with about 10 to 15 megabits per second. How this would work is the individual that would be eligible, so they would need to come to City Hall to confirm that eligibility. We would check our records to make sure they're on our phase two list and that the FCC data would then support it, and so would the Office of Broadband Development's data support it. They would then show, proof that they are the primary person at that household. They live at the household. That could be done with two different documents: a tax bill, utility bill, and their name, etc. In that case, they would also have to show that we would make sure that they're not doing it twice, 3 times, not having someone else come up. We would be keeping records of who is applying and where they live, and whoever's name is actually on the home itself. So the other piece of it would be showing proof with government issue ID, and then really importantly, having after the eligibility has been confirmed, going out, they could purchase the good from the actual equipment itself from online. They could purchase it from retail stores that are licensed to sell those products, and then they could come back to City Hall and provide proof that they bought it with the receipt. The city would have to take a record of that and then would log it into a report that would be consolidated and issued to the city council each month to kind of show the participation into the program. They would also need to sign a liability waiver that is being currently worked on by our city attorney, which would pretty much indemnify the city from any failure of the use of the technology if it doesn't work perfectly, or if the internet service quality isn't as great as they once expected. A lot of this low Earth orbit technology bases itself on a clear visual of the sky. So when the actual satellite goes above the roof itself, it needs to be able to connect with the ground unit. So in that case, if you're able to put it on the top portion of your roof that doesn't have a bunch of trees hanging over it, you should get good service. But that said, the waiver would help protect the city in the case that it may not be as good as they once thought, they would think. That case, though, 250 megabits per second, what that can do, that can provide the ability to run multiple devices at the same time. It can provide the ability to stream, can provide the ability to utilize Zoom and actually attend and participate in meetings that we are in right now via Zoom. So in this case tonight, the department's really looking for some direction from the council whether or not this should be something we want to consider. If we were, say, all 395 eligible households participated in the rebate program, the total cost of the program itself would not exceed $137,855. So in that case, after the person would turn it in, they would issue a check after the expenditure report would be approved by the city council. Once again, I just want to remind everyone that this is not necessarily an end-all be-all. It's more so an immediate alleviation of some of the issues we've had being able to get a reasonable price for our internet project. And that said, with the BEAD program coming in behind, that is promising news. But that said, the federal government has been working somewhat slower with this program. They're making sure to dot all their I's, cross all their T's. So it could be a good 2 years before we actually start seeing shovels in the ground. That said, this is a short-term solution. If we were to get favorable direction from the council tonight, the department would work with the city attorney to draft legislation, bringing this rebate program into fruition, and would look to have legislation on the docket at the May city council meeting. We're available for any questions. Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Okay, I see a couple of folks with their hands up. Councilmember Ottenberg, then Councilmember Mabry.
Question I have for the city administrator is what type of guardrails would we have in this potential rebate program to avoid a situation where a potential or a resident goes out, potentially buys more equipment than they need, thereby requesting a higher rebate than we had intended to pay?
So in this case, what's being presented tonight would be a max and up to $350 rebate. If they're able to get the equipment for a smaller price, then they would only be actually refunded for, say they were able to get it for 250. Maybe they bought a used one. I don't know. They would only get 250. They would have to prove what they paid. And then say it was 450. They got it from a retailer that was charging more. They would only be compensated for 350 of the 450.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Mabry.
Yes, thanks. Mr. Lee, you were looking for movement from the council, I understand.
That is correct. Motion to prepare legislation.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like an opportunity to make a motion for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Mabry is making the motion. Do we have a second made by Councilmember Edens? So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any other questions?
Like to follow with a question.
All right, Councilmember Mabry, please.
First clarification, I've had, really, I'm not talking loud enough. Mr. Lee, you've mentioned that, again, that confirming this is for all 395 identified, those that are lacking 21st century level internet. That's correct.
Mhm.
I heard that again this evening. And the next is that my understanding is there's a menu of approved items that can be purchased to qualify for the rebate. There may be more expensive, less expensive mounts. There may be more expensive, less expensive antennas, better something or other. But the city already has or will define, following on Mr. Ottenberg's pretty good question, they can't go out and buy tires for a Cadillac if they're trying to buy a Yugo. They have to buy the Yugo. And the last was that I'd like a way for this to be communicated to those in phase two qualifiers, that this is in fact an interim solution for the heels dragging performance of our sole approved monopoly contractor, a service provider of record. We're not being provided any chance at any type of choice decision making for best class or best of practice. We are wedded to a shotgun wedding with Spectrum. And for the years that we know it's going to take to get the shovels on the ground, whether it's 2 or 1 or 3, this will be an interim solution. Spectrum has no legal right to run out the back door just because they have to dig in rock. They don't get soft dirt to dig in, and it's going to be expensive for them. We've already got those costs covered in the BEAD program application, I understand. Can you not dumb it down, but can you really lay it out for the residents that we don't continue to get confusing and contradictory messages sent in to both me as a ward representative, and then I know that they've gone directly to you with me carbon, but anything we can do to deconfuse the issues here. These folks, me included, 38 years, we've waited very patiently and we were looking for things to go wrong. Things have been going wrong for us east of 109 since about 2015 or earlier when I started digging into it. So we don't need another 10 years of things going wrong. We can just look at 2 years of them going better and then look for what everyone else in Wildwood has been able to accomplish, again, with Spectrum. So that was me holding the floor a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and 2 things on that. We have a list of resident inquiries that had reached out about phase 2, which does make up a decent percentage of the homes that ended up being on our final phase 2 list. Those individuals were requested to provide their email. So we do have their email address and we could communicate with them through that, which we would plan to. On the second front, the department could put together a somewhat easy to read one pager, if you will, of the current efforts and what the summary is up to date of what the plan is with this stopgap measure, but also looking to the future, and provide it to the city council.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we have any other questions? I do have a question for the city administrator. I saw the requirements there that folks need for the application. Will we also seek for proof that the service has been activated so that we know it's being used?
Yes, we can definitely do that. In that case, with some of these technologies, the minute you turn on the device itself, that's when they start billing you. So that individual should be able to then log into that, whatever technology they use, they should be able to log in and then pull their most recent invoice. We can definitely add that to the
Yeah,
eligibility
I
criteria.
think at least demonstrating that it's being used and, at least a month of use, because certainly wouldn't want to have a situation where it's returned. We wouldn't know in that case. All right, then I don't see any other hands or questions from the council. So we do have that motion on the floor. Colleen, you have that. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone
Aye.
oppose or abstain? All right, that moves us to then the section 2, the amending section 145.020 of the city code for purchasing rules. City administrator.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. Sorry. Thank you all, City Council. We wanted to talk tonight about our purchasing rules specifically. Councilmember Farmer, the Administration and Public Works Chair, and I have been discussing with the mayor some items with our RFP threshold, specifically what those costs are, and with the rising costs that we have across the board for just standard city services, and also kind of the lack of specificity within the our current section of the code. Our current section of the code is provided in the memorandum today. It's about 1 page long. That said, it has been somewhat outpaced since its conception back in 1995. And really where this comes in to do and comes important is when we get a project or an initiative that the council would like to proceed with, and it's over 10,000, that does require currently going out to do the official bidding process. And usually we'd like to keep those open. An official bid that we would put together, depending on what it is, could take weeks and a month to prepare, depending on if we need experts to come in and provide that input. When it comes to the smaller things, it can be put together pretty relatively easily. That said, the department was wanting to revisit this for 2 reasons. One, taking another look at the current thresholds and potentially looking at a way to adjust them based off the inflation from 1995 to 2025, and then also having some type of automatic mechanism built in so that on January 1 of each year, the consumer price index for all urban consumers, which is a very reasonable and easy to access data statistic from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, identifying a method for automatic either increase or decrease based on the amount that, how our country's doing, quite frankly. So in that case, the idea here would be to prepare legislation that would have specific numbers presented at the next council meeting, and also have a mechanism that on January 1 each year, we would take the cumulative difference between the January 1 of the previous year and the January 1 of the year after, take that difference and then apply it to the number that was approved at the previous year. So I know it gets a little convoluted, but in that case, that would help keep in pace with the cost of items that are going up day by day, and would also help the city get things done a little bit faster when it comes to some of our smaller projects that we like to do. But at the end of the day, when we would have larger, bigger projects, those would still obviously be subject to our larger bidding procedures. So how it works now is that if it's anywhere between 2,500 and 10,000, the idea is to get 3 written quotes from a vendor, and that is prepared and presented to the council. We'll prepare to the city administrator at this time, but would be presented to a committee of some sort. Below 2,500, we still look to get 3 bids, but it is not as as formal, if you will. And then after 10,000, we have to actually issue a bid to the public through a general news circulation. That is something that we can't change. That is going to be in there, even though there's differences now. We post a lot of things online. They still want it in a hard copy paper, which is fine. We have the county in, there is the post that you can post these in. So there are different mechanisms. So that's one component. The other component was when the city attorney began reviewing this, and after discussion, there were some questions over the fact that we don't have a specific mechanism for the different types of bidding processes that the city already does. And this would just be taking what we already do in practice and more so solidifying it and having it codified. Those 3 items would be request for bids, request for proposals, and request for qualifications. The request for bids, you're looking really more so at price and if the person has the relevant experience, but that's really going to be focused more on our roadway projects, right-of-way maintenance, et cetera. It's really more so how can the city get the best deal for the best amount of money? Requests for proposals are slightly different in the sense that if you have something that's a little bit more nuanced, a good example would be like a software solution that the city's looking at. They're looking for a consultant to handle, a website enhancement or, building out a new newsletter or something along those lines where it's more so, it's not necessarily a professional that they have to be licensed, but it is something that might be, the city may not know exactly what it wants until the people are able, the actual vendors are able to provide a proposal to fulfill the needs that we would almost state the goals and they would fill in the blanks of how you get there. And then lastly, you have a request for qualifications, which is used currently for what we're looking for if we have an engineering firm that needs to be brought on board, architectural firm, or legal consultants for specific instances. Those are under professional services, meaning they are exempt from the traditional bidding process. But there's a whole new set of rules for how you're supposed to handle those types of vendors versus the ones that would have, just for a normal bid or just a normal request for proposal. So tonight, the department is just looking for feedback on this direction, and then also with engaging our city attorney to proceed and provide some pretty much a renewed and revised version of section 145.020 to replace the current section. The department is available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, I see Councilmember Ottenberg. You can go, and then followed by Councilmember Farmer.
Question for the city administrator. We're considering annual increases in these values based on inflation, correct?
Yes, so it wouldn't be necessary. It wouldn't be promised as an increase, but most of the time it does end up being an increase. It would be based off. It would be an increase or decrease based off you would take the data from January 1 of the preceding year, and then you'd take the average from that year to the current year. And really, what that difference is in the consumer price index for all urban consumers, that would be the net change, and that would be reported to the council at the January meeting.
All right. So just for a little clarification, then, when you talk about taking the data from 1 year and comparing it to the previous year, are we talking about the consumer price index? Or
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So
Thank you.
yeah, what's being provided here is that it would be the consumer price index for all urban consumers, but there are also sub layers there for all the U.S. city average for all items and not seasonally adjusted is what's currently being circled. But we could base it off, different tax if we would like to. There's the Bureau of Labor Statistics has quite a few. They publish a lot of data. We could go in and get the difference for steel. We could use that if we're looking to build something. So it could be very in depth, or we could move a little bit closer to having like just something that's the CPIU.
Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah, so this is the first of a handful of these that we've put together that are really designed to try to help get the city where it should be and then kind of modernize it moving forward. There's a couple other, if you go a little deeper in the memo, there's a couple other provisions in there that, this should be reviewed every 3 years minimally. If there's 2/3 of the council that wants to look at it before that, great. If there's some wild thing where, inflation jumps over 10%, that's another kind of a trigger. So, John Young has done a lot of great work trying to get some of these things figured out. We're doing that for everything else. So this is part one of several parts that are going to help our city administrator do his job better and the city run better. Our city treasurer signed off on all these. He was very excited and appreciative that we were looking at this. And I think it's one of a number of things that, originally when the city was founded 30 years ago, we had a great idea. And then for whatever reason, we just haven't looked at it since. So now we're going to try to get that fixed moving forward.
Councilmember Dodwell, and then Councilmember Marshall.
I'd like to move that we have the city administrator pull together the details on this particular task and bring it to our next council meeting for a first look, or should it go to admin and public works first for them to review, and then it comes to council?
I defer to Councilmember Farmer since he's chair of it.
I'm pretty confident that we beat this thing to death pretty good.
Okay,
So it's ready to go.
So I didn't know for sure. Okay.
So you
Then
want to, you don't want to move forward then with that order?
It can come straight to council.
it can come
council.
straight to
Okay.
council. Thank you.
All right, so is that a motion then that you're
Yes.
making there? So do we have a second. I saw Councilmember Marshall had his hand up.
I'm happy to
before.
second, but I also had a discussion question.
Okay, go ahead.
So, because I think this is a great thing to do, I'd also like to add to our January meeting exactly what we have to do under the charter provision to raise the 3.5 million each year. There's a definition in there as to what that factor is. So I think for the council to know that, if it's 4 million or whatever, we know that every year.
You got that too. That's coming too. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think it's one of those things that could be tagged together because we just forget it every January.
Yeah, it should be. I can't remember, Tom, tell me, correct me if I'm wrong. There's like 4 or 5 components of this, that being one, the RFPs, the general spending limit, and they're all going to be tied to the same inflationary processes. So everything should work together and talk back and forth. And it should help set a threshold so that everybody knows every year, this is what the limit is for, before we have to go to a vote. This is what the CA can spend and all that kind of stuff. It should be real tight.
Sorry, we have the motion on the floor made by Councilmember Dodwell and then seconded by Councilmember Marshall. Colleen, do you need any clarification on that motion? Are you good? Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, seeing none. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? All right, that motion passes. We'll move on to the next item, D, the Economic Development Committee, consideration of Chapter 100 requests from Greenberg Development and Mia Rose.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the City Council. We're going to get the slide deck that was put together by the department up real quick, just so you have it on your screen. We'll walk through that real quick just to help explain some of these numbers. To give a brief overview, though, the city recently received an application from Greenberg Development and Mia Rose on a Chapter 100 request, which really is more so, to make it in layman terms, it's a property sales and use tax exemption for this project. So if you want to move to the project overview real quick, just to give a little bit of background here. This project's already been rezoned, the authorized under ordinance number 2840, and currently very close to having the site plan process completed as well. Site plan's been reviewed and approved, but now construction documents and getting out there and actually having shovels in the ground. That said, the department was contacted by the developer, and in this case, we went through our standard process for reviewing these types of public funding assistance requests. And tonight, we've provided a memo that provides an overview of the request itself, but the department did want to put together just a slight presentation to go through to give a little bit more details on what's being asked. Real quick, to go over what the project itself, it's 188 multifamily residential units, amenities for said residents. We're making public improvements like the streets, sidewalks, etc. And then also having approximately 7,000 square feet of commercial and restaurant space that be located on that main street side of the building. The subject properties in question are approximately 6.123 acres, and they are listed there on the slide. So to go into the actual request itself, just wanted to explain how this financially benefits the requester, but also can open it up for discussion for the economic development side. The current tax classification for these properties are agricultural, which an estimated land value of about $345,000. So when you break down how you would tax that property, it's approximately about $2,000 each year. If you move forward to what it would be after construction, this slide was not included there, but I can go through it. After construction's completed, you're going to be changing the tax classification for for these properties from agricultural, and you're going to change them to residential and commercial. So that's going to change how it's taxed for the property tax side right off the start. And they're expecting right now that the capital improvements for residential are going to equate to about $38,400,000, and the capital improvements for commercial would be about $1,050,000. So that, in turn, not to bore you with the specifics, but would take the project and would be a projected tax bill of $348,696. So that net increase would be about $346,000 in 2027 that individuals would see, the requester here would see, based off the improvements they're making. So going back here, just to kind of go into how the property taxes are calculated really quickly, you take that total value you're going to multiply that by 65 to get the appraised value. So here we had 345,000 that you multiply by 0.65, you get that 224,000. The assessment rate currently is agricultural, which is 12% of the appraised value, but commercial is appraised at 32% and residential is appraised at 19%. So that's where, you know, the numbers do become a little bit tricky when you're reviewing their application, just because you have to make sure you're attributing each number to each set of different properties, different improvements. So if you get that assessed value, you're actually taking the appraised land value and then multiplying it by the agricultural rate. And that's what the amount of money that can actually be taxed on any given property. That tax rate is then multiplied by the specified tax rate for agricultural, residential, commercial, et cetera, which then leads to that bill of about $2,000. So going back to the differences into the assessment rates, we would first have, Travis, you could go back. There we go. So back to 12% for agricultural, 32% for commercial, and 19% for residential. Once they complete it, it'll change from agricultural to a combination of residential and commercial, but the residential component will be the majority, since that's the majority of the site. So going at that projected property value, it's pretty much taking a property that's worth a little bit less than $500,000 now, and will increase that value almost to $40 million. So in that case, you're obviously going to see a pretty significant increase in the tax bill. And if you go to the developer's request here, Travis, thank you very much. So what the developer's requesting, and we're going to tackle these in phases. So first and foremost, the property tax exemption. They are requesting a 10-year exemption structured differently over the first 5 years versus the second 5 years. The first 5 years, they are requesting a 100% exemption from the property tax that would be attributed. I'm going to make a little footnote here that the fire district are able to, under the provisions of a Chapter 100, but also just the Missouri State Constitution, they did change it to allow them to pretty much opt out. So the fire district would get practically a pilot payment that would equate to what they would make from this if it moved forward and just without any type of Chapter 100 usage. But every other taxing district, which includes the county, includes the library district, includes the school district, most importantly, that has a little bit over 4% of the cut of the tax, they would be the ones that would be impacted here. And 100% of the exemption would be from 2027, when they would expect that the new tax classification would be kicked in, and that would go till 2031. After that, from 2032 to 2036, they would be requesting a 50% exemption, which in this case, you would still see a significant increase, because right now, the individuals that are the individual taxing entities that are taxing this district, they are currently looking to they're all sharing $2,000 for these properties. So if this project were not to proceed, then they would continue that property would most likely, we can't tell the future, but would most likely continue to gain in value over time. That said, after year 5, they would be getting something along the lines of, it was still about 100, I think it's 149,000 that they would be getting. And then after all of this is done, the whole project is completed and 10 years go by, they would be seeing an increase to approximately 427,000, if I remember correctly. So in that case, well, actually I have the numbers right here. In 2032, when the 50% exemption kicks in, it would be $142,697. And then that we anticipate in 2037, that property tax bill would go back into fruition. It would be $421,839. So overall, they would be seeing significant savings. This would result in approximately $2,346,588 in savings over the course of those 10 years. Where this could come in is that pilot payments could be made to the other taxing districts, but those pilot payments would have to be based on the same percentage. The fire district is a little bit special that they can be opted out of. They can opt out of this process. But for the school district, county, et cetera, they would have to all be in agreement on a certain percentage that would be paid each year. For the sales tax exemption, what the developer is requesting is an exemption on all construction materials purchased for the project. They've confirmed with the department that, and with the Economic Development Committee, that they have no plans of buying any construction materials within St. Louis County. That said, if they were to buy things within St. Louis County, that would be the only item that would actually directly impact the city's revenues, because the city does not charge a property tax, and we get our sales tax revenue either from purchases that are made here in the city or purchases that are made in the county from the pool. For the use tax, that is more so if they're buying items from out of state, and that would equate overall for the sales tax exemption to $1,039,965, and then $133,341 for the use tax exemption. So overall, this is a significant ask. This is something the city has never really done before. That said, this is a major project that had pretty much unanimous support from the council back when it was proposed in general. To kind of go over really quick where they're at in the process and how our current public funding process works is that the individual has an initial inquiry which has been completed. The developer had reached out to the department and then submitted a formal application. From what the department is seeing here, the formal application does meet the requirements set forth in our policy. That said, where it kind of comes into review is that the department and this finance development group puts together this final report, submits it to a city council work session, and the city council at this point would then review the preliminary findings. And I'd like to make a quick note that these numbers that are being presented tonight for the savings, for how much the improvements are going to be, they're all estimated. You start seeing a better picture of what those costs are when you have bond counsel, someone like Gilmore Bell, going in and taking a look at the pro forma and coming back with a finalized report saying, here's how much over the 10-year duration would actually cost. Where this comes in is tonight, the council is really more so looking at, is this something that we would like to consider? And if we want to consider it, we would enter into an initial funding agreement that would have to come back before the council. That would allow for the petitioner, in this case, to pay for the costs associated with engaging bond counsel and also engaging our city attorney to review all the documents to actually put together a firm proposal and put together the legislation necessary. So tonight, it's not even looking at, do we approve of this proposal altogether? It's, does the council approve of entering into the phase within our policy that's called further negotiation? What would happen from here would be the bond, the industrial development bond, which how Chapter 100s typically work, how this legal framework works is that the city would take ownership of the property on paper and would practically hand down all of its benefits that the city would have if it was building a.
Yeah, I'm just checking on time
Oh.
here. We do have a number of folks here for our 6:30 meeting. So I want to be respectful of folks that are here for that meeting. So as we've done before, I would say we resume the work session after the main session, only because I believe this would probably have a lot of discussion and we still have other items, another item on the work session agenda. So I don't think we're going to get that done at this point, sir. So if there's no objection, then we will resume the work session after the main meeting here tonight. Okay, so with that, then we will we'll temporarily take a break here. And let me see, John, do we need a motion to just adjourn right now till later, or? Okay, so can we get a motion made by Councilmember Marshall, second by Councilmember Ottenberg, to postpone the work session until after the main meeting? So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, then we will take just a quick break here before we start off the main meeting. So it is currently 6:29, and if I could ask everyone to be here to start at 6:35, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone here tonight. We have our regular council meetings starting for tonight, Monday, April 14th, 2025. So we will begin with the roll call. So I'll ask Colleen, please go ahead and do the roll.
Mayor Garitano,
Present.
Councilmember Brost,
Here.
Councilmember Edens,
Here.
Councilmember Ottenberg,
Here.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Jaxi,
Here.
Councilmember Hopper,
Here.
Councilmember Galani,
Here.
Councilmember Preston, Councilmember Mabry,
Here.
Councilmember Nyan, Councilmember Farmer,
Here.
Councilmember McCutcheon, here, Councilmember Rambo,
Here.
Councilmember Krantz,
Here.
Councilmember Albers.
Well, thank you, everyone. If I can ask, if you're able to stand, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which is one nation. Moving on with the agenda, the approval of the minutes will be part of the consent agenda later this evening. So we'll move into public participation. So public participation is an opportunity to speak to the council. I'll review the guidelines here in just a moment, but also for clarification, we do have several public hearings. So if you're speaking in regards to a public hearing item, that will come afterwards, and I will let you know. So at this time for public participation, anyone who wishes to speak must complete a speaker card and provide it to our deputy city clerk, who is seated right there to the left of the podium. When your name is called, please approach the podium, state your name and your ward number. If you don't know your ward, your address will suffice. To ensure all those who wish to speak have the opportunity to do so, there is a 5-minute time limitation, and I will let you know when you're reaching that time limit. If you have any questions for us, please mention that during your remarks. Identify the official you would like to respond. The official will make note of it, and at the conclusion of public participation, any official who chooses to respond will have 3 minutes to do so. The official may also choose to respond to your questions after tonight's meeting. We do ask you to please be respectful to others in making your remarks. Interrupting others using any profane or abusive language are prohibited. I want to thank everyone in advance for following these guidelines. All right, let's have our first speaker up.
John Gunther, Ward 1.
Good evening. I'm John Gunther, and I'm in Ward 1. I'm here tonight to give you an update regarding the preservation of Mary Cliff at the Marinus Retreat Center, 4000 State Route 109. I spoke to you on March 10th, 2025, to let you know that I and fellow Chaminade graduates learned that the Marinus province was considering the sale of the entire property of approximately 115 acres. Subsequently, we identified a potential buyer who expressed interest in purchasing the property. My friend and fellow Chaminade graduate, class of 72, reached out to the attorneys in Dayton, Ohio, representing the Marinus province to let them know of the potential buyer in order to begin discussions on the purchase. They responded that they would pass this information along. After hearing nothing, the attorneys were contacted again. They finally responded this past Wednesday that there is not an interest to sell the property. Given our group's desire to preserve Mary Cliff, we want to seek out possible funding sources to restore Mary Cliff for its continued use as a retreat center. We ask for your consideration to grant a minimum of a 30-day moratorium following the 30-day city process on the proposed demolition permit for Mary Cliff. Accordingly, we will move forward as quickly as possible in contacting the law firm and the Marinus province to discuss the possible funding of the restoration of Mary Cliff. As an architect and a fellow of the American Institute of Architects for National Contributions to Design, one of 4 in St. Louis, and as president of Society of Architectural Historians St. Louis chapter, I want to let you know it's important to preserve Mary Cliff, one of the most beautiful historic buildings in Wildwood and well beyond. Mary Cliff is important to the history of the Marianists. The Society of Mary acquired Woodcliff in 1950, renaming it Mary Cliff, expanding the home and establishing the second novitiate, 1951 to 66, the provincialate, 1966 to 74, and the St. Louis Province novitiate, 1973 to 77. In 1973, a beautiful contemplative chapel was designed by Brother Mel Meyer, with all finishes and furnishings designed and installed by him and Brother Tom Suda. Artwork by Brother Mel Meyer was displayed throughout the residence and is on the grounds. Mary Cliff is also important to the history of this area in St. Louis. It was originally known as Woodcliff, the shingle-style country home of Peyton Carr, 1864 to 1943, who was president of the United Elevator and Grain Company and the Keilor Flour Mills Company. He built Woodcliff circa 1901-1905 on a hilltop above Glencoe and the Merrimack River. It served as his family's country home for 4 to 5 months each year while away from their city home at 62 Vandeventer Place. Glencoe was one of the resort communities of the Merrimack River's clubhouse communities, which thrived from 1900 to 1945. Peyton Carr was the grandson of James Yateman, 1818 to 1901, who was the founder of the Mercantile Library, president of Merchants Bank, co-founder of Washington University, co-founder of Bellefontaine Cemetery, and founder of the Western Sanitary Commission, the forerunner of the American Red Cross. He acquired 738 acres and built a family home in the Glencoe area in 1856. Additional notoriety came to the Glencoe area with the publication of a book called The Crisis in 1901. Written by the American author Winston Churchill, the fictional novel explored the Civil War experience in St. Louis and Glencoe. It became the nation's top-selling novel in 1901. Its main characters were based upon Angelica and James Yateman, with the Yateman home in Glencoe serving as a major setting for the novel. Mary Cliff is certainly a wonderful building, an excellent example of the shingle style, representing not only a physical asset, but also a historical one to the Marinists and the St. Louis region as well. It is one of the most beautiful historic buildings in Wildwood and must be saved. I have a deep appreciation for Mary Cliff, having attended Mass every Sunday in Brother Mel's Chapel there with my family for 10 years. I also helped prepare a study in 2017-2018 to adaptively reuse Mary Cliff as a family retreat center before COVID interrupted our efforts.
30 seconds.
We remain hopeful to avoid demolition of such a magnificent historic structure. This is a forever decision with no return should demolition be granted. Why should this beautiful 120-year-old structure and precious resource be sent to a landfill? Mary Cliff must be restored by this to serve this and future generations. Thank you for our request.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker, please.
Jolene Valley regarding Bill 2967.
Hello, I'm in Ward 5. I'm in Brightleaf on Fireglow Drive. I came to Wildwood from Eureka, where our city meetings were usually attended by Kathy Butler, the city lawyer, who lived and loved Eureka, and her knowledge and advice turned out to be invaluable in many situations Eureka got themselves into. Last week, I called Bob Nation, mayor of Chesterfield, and told him a little bit about what's going on in Wildwood, and told him what a great job he was doing in Chesterfield. And he said he would say a prayer for Wildwood. There is a proposal for a subdivision of rental homes in Wildwood. To say that's shocking is an understatement. Our last mayor said he would never let apartments into Wildwood. And on his way out the door, he did just the opposite. Wildwood deserves better than what's happening. I urge the council to vote no for the people of Wildwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Just if I could ask, because it'll keep the meeting moving forward. Hold on the applause. Thank you for that. Next speaker.
Mark Latham, latitude 38.
Mark Latham, Ward 8. We've been at this for 2.5 years. We started with the McBride development. We did make accomplishments and got to work with McBride on this latitude 38. Most of our concerns have been traffic related. There's a lot of traffic on Manchester on Highway 100, Highway 109. There's something put out on Facebook about safe speeds and safe streets. That's been a lot of the residents' concerns. I don't really know how the traffic studies are done, but I've never heard a traffic study that was turned down due to traffic-related problems, but we're continuing to have traffic-related problems, and I'm not sure how they even do a traffic study on a dead-end street. I just hope that I know myself, I'm extremely frustrated because we feel like the city council hasn't listened to any of the residents on their concerns. Etherton Road is a big concern of a lot of the residents of Canberra because we use that road a lot. And I hope and pray that that gets developed or improved before this development possibly goes in if it's approved. I'm not happy about the development that was made a couple meetings ago about the taxpayers helping pay for this Main Street. We did have a couple city council members vote in our favor. I just don't know where we're going with a lot of this. We're adding additional homes east of Phillips 66 off 109. We're talking about some more apartment buildings, and we're talking about 80 or 58 homes here. So something, these roads, even Taylor Road and Main Street of what we got now isn't designed to handle this amount of traffic. So that's our concern. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tim Comer, N38.
Tim Comer, 2460 Etherton Road, Ward 8. Been to every one of these meetings as far back as 2017. And a lot of people spit out, oh, we wish they would have done the 2017 deal. 2017 project was still high density. He has just acquired more property since then. So real quick, I just want to touch base on a bunch of things just real quickly. But just keep in mind that tonight here, the TB is asking for a zoning change. We don't have to give them a zoning change. There's no reason to give them a zoning change. This was defeated twice in large numbers at planning and zoning. Planning and zoning is critical to planning the city. That's their job. And they said no. And they said no twice. And we have this process where they get to appeal to city council. And over the course of time, it has shocked me by the stance of some of the members here at city council. Just keep in mind that everyone sitting up there was elected by the people. We elect you thinking that you will carry on with the views of us. This project alone has had more opposition than even Brightleaf, and Brightleaf used to be the biggest. We've had petitions signed, over 1,000 signatures. I've personally knocked on hundreds of doors. I'm sure Mr. Ottenberg has knocked on lots of doors too. He recently ran an election. Every single person is opposed to this high density building in Wildwood, especially here next to the crown jewel of our park. This is what you want to put there? There'll be no parking at this facility. 15 spots. Mr. Mayberry said, oh, police department and the city enforcement will go over there and ticket them. Not the case. First off, they're too busy. Code enforcement is way too busy. I had this conversation with Mr. Booney. They don't have time with the complaints they have now, let alone parking cars. And if you go to Canberra as a perfect example with high density, there's a new resident that just moved in there, and I talked to him while I was running. He said, I wish I would have pulled my truck in the driveway before I bought this place, because when I parked my truck, bumper touching the garage, his bumper is halfway over the sidewalk, which is against the law. So first off, our driveways aren't big enough. Lots of people drive cars. So we're not just talking one unit, one car. We're talking one unit, multiple cars. This is way too dense. I don't know which council member said, let's give them 55. Joan Vunich said 54 only if they had a management company. And she just ignored Joe. This is his job. That's what he recommended. And you go against him and recommend it even more. Can you imagine what the citizens think? I contacted everybody I could possibly contact tonight to get them to come up, because a few council members says, oh, nobody's here. Nobody cares. A lot of people care. A lot of people care. And you think by building these places, you're going to bring in all big sales tax revenue. It's not happening. We don't have the businesses to generate that kind of sales tax revenue. I mean, Schnucks and Deerbergs are our biggest draw. So you need to do the right thing. You need to go with the will of the people. If he wants to develop, let's come to the plate. Let's talk about it. Let's go to about 35. Open up the roads. Make it a nice place to live. A nice place next to our crown jewel park where we will celebrate Wildwood. There'll be no celebrating Wildwood if this development goes through. End of conversation. While Etherton Road, I'd like to get to the bottom of this, because Etherton Road will not be improved.
30 seconds.
There's no room on either side. It won't happen. Improvement, are you going to say a sidewalk? That's fine. But you're going to have to put it on my side, and I'm not giving you a sidewalk. Because the city's not giving us anything. You're not listening to us. Listen to it. We're smart people too. And we don't want this. Nobody. No one.
All right, next speaker.
Lisa Edgar, N38.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Edgar and I'm Ward 8. I live in the Main Street Crossings neighborhood, just adjacent to the proposed site for the new development at the end of Crestview Drive and Etherton Road, directly behind the new Wildwood Park. I'm here tonight to respectfully urge you to vote no on the proposal to build 55 rental homes on this site. This type of high-density rental development is simply not in harmony with the character of our community. Wildwood was built on a foundation of thoughtful planning, long-term investment, and a shared sense of responsibility among homeowners. Many of us have poured our time, effort, and savings into maintaining and enhancing our homes and our neighborhoods. We take pride in where we live. Rental homes, particularly those without basements and with additional open parking, do not reflect the same level of permanence or accountability. While rental properties do have their place in a balanced housing market, this particular project feels out of scale and out of step with the vision and values that have long made Wildwood special. We are also concerned about the potential impact on property values, traffic, and the overall aesthetic of the area, especially with its close proximity to the new Wildwood Park, a space intended for families and community enjoyment. I urge you to consider not just the short-term development interests, but the long-term character and stability of our city. Let's continue to preserve what makes Wildwood unique. Please vote no on this proposal. Thank you for your time and for your service to our community.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Megan Gillespie, N38.
And can I just, again, for the sake of efficiency, please hold on the applause.
Hello, Megan Gillespie, Ward 8. Here we are again. We've been here a lot of times talking about the same thing because you guys have been sold on a pretty drawing and some empty promises that we're going to bring people to downtown Lafayette or downtown Wildwood. You know, we've been growing. Things really changed. I guess this time will be different. Is that what we're supposed to think? You know who's not fooled by pretty drawings and empty promises? Assessors, insurance agents, realtors. It's their job not to be. Do you really think that if I were to ask an assessor to assess the value of my property today, and I live on the edge, I live on the corner of Etherton and Maine, if I were to ask that an assessor assess the value of my property today, and then do the same thing with this plan overlaid, those two numbers are going to be anywhere near each other? If I were to ask the same question of a realtor if I wanted to sell my house? Nope. This is a bad idea. We're going to decrease property values. That's not the marker of a good idea. It's a marker of a very bad idea. The silver lining to that is it's easily measurable and reported on. Speaking of numbers, I don't know if anybody's looked at their 401k lately, but it sure looks like we're heading for a recession. And housing markets don't tend to like those. On top of that, we've got a silver tsunami heading straight for it. What could go wrong? If they run out of money, you're going to be looking at a dirt pile over there. On top of that, it is going to decrease property values for all the reasons you've heard and will hear today, and all the reasons you've heard before. At the same time, housing market's about to flip on its head. Not this and not now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Andrew Rubin, Chapter 100.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the members of the council. I'll be very brief, but my name is Andrew Rubin. I'm a partner at Sandberg Phoenix. I head up our incentives practice as well as our construction practice. And Tom Kyman, who's been a client of mine for 8 years now with Mia Rose Holdings, could not be here. So he asked me to come and speak on his behalf, but also really just to address two core points in the report that you've gotten from the Economic Development Committee and that you're considering tonight in your working session. Mia Rose has taken a history of very successful multifamily and mixed-use projects through St. Louis County and St. Charles County, and a number of them have included limited Chapter 100 support from Darden Prairie, Valley Park, out in Wentzville, and others. And also in my time previously, I was the general counsel at the St. Louis Economic Development Partnership and headed up all of the county's public real estate development activities. And I'm very cognizant that this is the first time that Wildwood has considered a Chapter 100, and it is complicated, but you have outstanding counsel and your city attorney who I've worked with for many years, and your proposed bond counsel, Shannon Creighton. And I can just tell you both in my professional capacity, but also as a long-term St. Louis County resident, it has become a very common vehicle for economic development, for providing limited incentives to help spur the kinds of development that municipalities want. It's particularly advantageous because you can negotiate what the final development packages looks like. And so the proposal in front of you has already been tailored to be quite measured. And I can tell you, having done about 15 of these in the last 3 years, it is certainly on the modest end, because despite the challenges this project faced, which the developer has been clear about, and I think the future challenges that are coming with construction materials costs and potentially tariffs on portions of those materials, they are really, really committed to this project. And so we're asking you to support letting it move through this working session into a due diligence and negotiation phase so we can really work with your team to bring a final proposed package back for approval. The other point that I'll make very briefly is we also heard loud and clear that the Economic Development Committee, and I assume all of you, really expect us to work with the taxing districts and make sure that if we don't have their full-throated support, that at least there's no opposition. That is par for the course in any project like this and any proposed Chapter 100. I will tell you from personal experience that Mia Rose has worked with Dr. Kane, who is the superintendent at Rockwood, on 2 prior projects, both when he was the superintendent at Wentzville, and they were completed very successfully and with full transparency. we expect to do the same thing to here. So the commitment that was made in supplemental materials is we'll be communicating with all the core taxing districts. I think the appropriate time is after this body shows its willingness to consider this proposal. And we do need final projections out of the bond council, but we're already reaching out to do that and to really ensure that this project comes before the board for final approval with not a hint of any opposition from those taxing districts. So throughout, I'm available to represent my client, answer questions. I really appreciate your consideration of what for you is a new economic development incentive. But as I said, in my experience, has become very, very solid and workable vehicle for getting projects like this one done in a way that's beneficial for all the parties. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Edward Cohn, Chapter 100.
Edward Cohn, Ward 3. Glasses. Transparency is essential in every step of this project. And I wanted to begin by updating you on where we currently stand in our effort to move forward with this Keystone development. Our proposed mixed-use development at the landmark location of Main and Taylor at the heart of Wildwood's town center has received full city approval. We have successfully executed financing commitment from New Frontier Bank of St. Charles, and all the required equity as outlined in the commitment letter is already in place. The land is fully owned, free and clear of debt. One problem, the commitment does expire this June. Our motivation for this project goes beyond just the legacy it will leave. Was this simple project. This project represents the highest and best use for this location, which all our market studies have confirmed. The city's master plan envisioned a walkable, vibrant town center, a place where families can live, shop, dine, and build community. Unfortunately, that dream has not yet materialized. Without this development, Wildwood risks leaving a vacant void at its most prominent intersection at the heart of the town center, an outcome we all hope to avoid. When we first submitted our application, interest rates were significantly higher. It made sense at the time to wait until full city approvals were in hand before locking in financing. Unfortunately, during that waiting period, rates increased sharply, creating a serious challenge for the property's feasibility. In addition, federal tariffs, including the 25% tariff on steel and aluminum, have significantly increased our construction costs. HVAC systems, steel for the ductwork, and the premium design materials needed for this luxury development have seen unexpected spike in prices, with some tariffs as high as 245% for certain items. Despite these challenges, we continue to push forward. Between the principals of Amia Rose Holdings and myself, we have personally guaranteed the loan on a $50 million project. We have also committed the land, additional capital, and over $1 million in soft costs to date. Chapter 100 is a necessary tool that will allow us to bridge the gap created by these unforeseen market forces. Importantly, Chapter 100 will not negatively impact Wildwood's general budget. All construction materials purchased outside the pools or outside the pool cities and does not receive revenue. Additionally, the city will receive a significant ongoing financial boost via Wildwood's municipal utility tax from Ameren Ewing. As a point of reference, my personal home on Shepherd Road generated only $18 per month for the city in taxes. Now imagine the impact of 188 new apartments, 20,000 square feet of commercial space, outdoor amenities, indoor amenities, lighting. That would easily equal hundreds of thousands of dollars in new annual revenue that will continue indefinitely. Help ensure that this development is successful in the long term and more competitive. This project also enhances the viability of existing business in the town center, including the Wildwood B&B Theater, by dramatically increasing local foot traffic and creating a substantial base for people both day and night. Chapter 100 is the final piece needed to make this development a reality. Without it, we are forced to seriously consider pausing or canceling the project despite the enormous investment already made. If granted, we are prepared to immediately fund the legal and administrative cost to finalize Chapter 100, placing no financial burden on the city of Blythewood. We believe in this project, the city, and the future of the town center. We respectfully ask for your support in helping bring in this vision to life. Also, quickly, rental homes are entirely different than apartment complexes. We as owners have a vested interest. We will be there.
30 seconds.
We will be there to ensure it happens, unlike a rental home where the tenants simply are in charge of the exterior and the outside of the property. The potential for lack of maintenance exists where ours does not. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Julie Cohn, Chapter 100.
Okay, then we'll have the next speaker.
Lisa Johnson, Bill 2967.
Hello, I'm Lisa Johnson. I'm the attorney for Latitude N38, and I'm here to speak on behalf of that bill. In connection with some of the comments that have been made, I'll try to be brief and not be repetitive, but in connection with some of the comments that have been made regarding the town center, this property is located in the town center, and I'd refer back to the statement of intent regarding the regulating plan for the town center, which says that they would like to establish a long-term development philosophy that promotes the establishment of mixed-use communities. They also, one of the reasons for adding this property to the town center and for promoting the town center was to increase density in that area near the downtown area and to promote the commercial aspect of that area. So it does meet all the density requirements for the town center. It meets other requirements of the city for this property, and it is within the density permitted in this area. This project provides a unique opportunity for the city in allowing the owner of the property, who's a developer that is south of Crestview Drive, to donate, grant the roadway for the extension of Main Street over to Etherton and to extend Main Street as the city wishes to do, to provide the property, which would not otherwise be available. There's no easement there currently. It would require the city to acquire the property and to obtain an easement over it to use this for the extension of Main Street. This developer is willing to do that and to provide construction costs as part of the project. One item that we would like to refer to in the ordinance the bill that's been presented tonight is that it provides for no more than 3 cluster homes. The last 3 homes per cluster. The last site plan that we provided that was discussed at the last meeting did show 2 lines of units of 6 dwellings per cluster. And the reason for that was because the developer removed 2 of the turnarounds on the south side of the development in order to make a street from one road to the next. And this was for the purpose of cooperating with the fire department, who had requested that. The fire department of the city did come out and look at the streets and approved of the street configuration for this development as it was presented, the last plan that was submitted to the city by the developer. Since the last meeting, the police department has also provided the city with a memorandum saying that they have reviewed some of the concerns regarding parking and enforcement of parking issues in the development, and they feel comfortable with the fact that there is enough parking and that this would not be a problem. The driveways are 20 feet long. They're not short driveways. That's part of what the developer has worked with the city in setting up in this last site plan. These homes do not have a demographic that would have multiple drivers for the most part, or more than 2 drivers for the most part. The parking for each home involves there are 2 garage spaces and then 2 driveway spaces for each one. There's additional parking on the street to the north that's provided. And so there is plenty of parking on site without any street parking, and the police department feels comfortable with that as well. Dave Volz is the engineer for the project. He's gone through several of the revisions that the developers worked with the city on. They've cooperated extensively in trying to meet city requirements, meet city requests, and to make this a project that the city would approve of. And Dave is available if you have any questions about that at some point. And I just want to point out that the developer has gone to great lengths over much time, as the other comments have expressed, to cooperate with the city and try to make this something that works for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Julie Parsons, N38.
Hello, good evening. My name is Julie Parsons, 2425 Etherton Road, and I'm in Ward 8, and I too have been at these meetings since 2023 with planning and zoning, and now in the city council. And this project, was rejected by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they're the voice of planning for the city, and I think we should stick with their decision and vote no on this project. Also, from many years, a couple of years ago, it's always been about the road. It's always, the city has wanted Crestview to become Main Street. And even Joe Vunich said if the road is not settled, no project can move forward. I don't think the road is settled. Not sure who's paying for it. And if the city wants the road, why can't the city just buy out those pieces of property that are alongside Crestview and reject this property, this new development? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
William Levinson, Latitude 38.
Good evening. William Levinson. I'm president of Benton Home Builders, 11605 Stutt Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63141. I'm going to repeat a number of comments that I made June 10th, actually, almost a year ago. The Town Center Update Committee spent 2 years analyzing and recommending land uses in the city. Planning and Zoning and City Council approved the updates to the comprehensive plan. Town Center is identified as the appropriate location for more density, and it is only 2% of the total area of Wildwood. Our project met the comprehensive plan when it was first proposed at 65 residential units and 2 commercial spaces for a total of 67. We had multiple meetings with the planning department and addressed all their concerns. We reduced our units to 57 and now to 55. We put detached units along Etherton so they would match the homes to the west of Etherton. We added a fence and other screening to keep lights from shining onto our neighbors. We took their suggestions regarding how it looked from Main Street, and we separated more of those units, provided more green space. We have approval from the fire district, and we meet or exceed all Wildwood and MSD stormwater requirements. We are building the road and giving it to you. This will provide public access to Village Green and allow access to Town Center from the west, which will help local businesses. These are luxury homes, 9-foot or vaulted ceilings, granite countertops, hard surface flooring. The average age of the residents in our other communities is 51 years old. Average income is $124,000. The rents will be $2,800 to $3,500 per month. Our residents could afford to buy a home, but they choose not to for a variety of reasons. Some for convenience, others for health challenges, death of a spouse or divorce. Many of our residents are empty nesters. They don't want the family home anymore. They don't want to take care of a yard. They would rather pay rent and allow us to take care of it. But they aren't ready for assisted living. We provide an in-between option for them. Regarding parking, we have 2-car garages on every unit. We have 2 spaces in the driveway. We have additional parking off-street. We have more parking spaces than are required by code, and we don't have parking issues in any of our communities. We have other communities that share streets and common ground and stormwater facilities with owned homes. We have previously submitted a letter from those trustees that said they can't tell the difference between our homes and the homes that are owned by the people that live there. We will control the maintenance of the community, not the residents. I think what Mr. Cohen was referring to is a situation where someone moves out of their home and rents it and puts all the maintenance requirements on the resident, on the tenant, because the owner doesn't live there anymore. That's not this scenario. This scenario is the tenants don't maintain the homes or the grounds or anything. We do that through our management company. Almost 2 years ago, we met with neighbors. 4 showed up. We offered to take them on a tour of our other communities. 2 did. One of them came back supporting our project. We are improving Etherton Road along our property line. We're doing our part. In summary, we meet the direction provided by the comprehensive plan. We have positive recommendation from the planning department. I do know that change can be unsettling, but I also know they can further city's goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Don Toretta, rental property on Crestview Drive.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to us again tonight. Again, we've been doing this for a couple years. And the things that stand out to me as I sit here tonight is, I've attended a lot of planning and zoning meetings in the business I've owned for 30 years, going to cities throughout St. Louis County. What disturbs me is, what's the purpose of planning and zoning? If they say no twice, because they look at it in a lot more detail, I think, than you guys get to see. And they, so that aspect of it concerns me, where they turn it down twice. Some of the people in support of it, I heard that the demographics don't support, are the average is, 2 people living in these houses. Then I hear somebody saying the average age, I think, was 51. Well, when I'm 51, let me tell you, I had a couple kids in high school and college, who were here for my summertime, who were here at Christmas. I live in Main Street. We have issues, and that's owned property, and, with cars on the street. So I think the whole parking issue really jumps up and, becomes an issue. The rental properties in this area, I'm going to previous meetings. What I understood was there had been numerous calls to the police on some of the properties that are currently on this parcel of land that we're discussing. That can be confirmed, I'm sure, pretty easily. But if we can't control 4 or 5 homes with rentals, how are we going to control 55 homes with rentals? I was glad to hear that they're doing all the maintenance. That's excellent, But the parking, to me, I think the police, if we walk there all the time, we walk Etherton Road. There are 6 or 8 people on Etherton Road with their dogs. It's dangerous now. So that aspect of it, I think the city's being held hostage by a private road. That's my personal opinion. I think if the private road wasn't an issue, I think we may have a different scenario here. A comment was made, I guess, at the last meeting I was at, relayed by one of the councilmen, that after meeting, he felt more comfortable with the situation. In my mind, it's one thing what you write and do. It's another thing, what you write in a document. It's another thing how you enforce that over the course. As I understand it, they're not going to have on-property management. It's going to be a remote person, a report, I don't want to call it an HOA, a report agency that will be responsible for the maintenance and everything like that. If they're not on site, I have concerns with that. How is the enforcement going to work? The issues with the rentals, we have some rentals in our subdivision, and there is a difference, and that's home ownership. There is a difference to me in how the homes are maintained, in the amount of people that are there. We had a situation with the snow where there was a rental they had 2 cars in the garage, they had 2 cars in their driveway, and they parked 1 across the sidewalk, which I thought was great of them to do. They got off the street, but that was 5 cars in a rental. I don't know how many people are living there, but my guess is, I go back to what they said. The demographics only have the average of 2 people, but a 50-year-old, any of us when we're 50 years old, we had more, if we're married and have children, we've had more people in our house at any one time. You know, they said they're responsible for the finishing and everything like that. So that's nice to hear. The improvements on Etherton Road, I'm assuming, I don't think that's going to be a widening of Etherton Road. I think it's only going to be like the one gentleman said, possibly a sidewalk on Etherton Road, which would help. So I just think that the city needs to consider what planning and zoning do, what planning and zoning has told us. Take a realistic view of not listening, listening to what they're doing and then analyzing what they say. Because they said it themselves today.
30 seconds.
50 years old, you know, that's not two people living there. You know, I have a huge family, you know, at Christmas, we talk to the neighbors. We say, okay, we're having Christmas, and they understand. What are they going to do? What are they going to do Christmas week? What are they going to do Thanksgiving when people come over? A Super Bowl party. There's so many things that are there. So all I ask is that you do the right thing. Really consider this, not what they're telling you, but what really is going to happen, and vote no for this, please. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Just hold on the applause. But I've been very respectful in asking everyone. We try to keep the meeting moving, but this is the last and final warning here. Thank you. Any other speakers?
I'm sorry. Jeff Hindman, latitude 38.
Hello, my name is Jeff Hindman. I live at 17058 Cambry Lane, and I'm here to support the Latitude project. I've taken the time to go to, you know, the Benton Homes projects over in St. Charles. I've been through all of them a couple times because I think that's responsible to do. And they're very nice projects, very nice projects. You know, they're not run down, they're well maintained. The cars that are in the driveways are very expensive cars, actually. So that would kind of support some of the demographics that they're talking about. You know, we need to get this road done. We need to get these projects finished. I hear, and I assume it's true, that the Latitude project is actually less dense than Cambry. Cambry's pretty darn dense. And, you know, we need traffic to support downtown. And, you know, I support Latitude. I think it's a great project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Have you filled out a speaker card yet? Okay. Is it for this part or the public hearing or both? Okay. Do you have a?
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
go
Yes,
ahead.
Lynn Link.
Please come forward. State your name and ward. Thank you.
Hi, Lynn Link, Ward 6. New developments that the council approves should have a net benefit to our community. Latitude N38 was not approved by the prior planning and zoning and council because the majority of those members saw that the potential numerous drawbacks outweighed the potential benefit. We can agree that the safety of our citizens should always be a primary concern. Several existing homes, which must be demolished, were made at a time when asbestos was included in insulation, wallboard, bricking, ceiling, and floor tiles. Missouri DNR requires that the projects requiring demolition of 2 or more structures, that an inspection be done by a certified expert, samples taken and given to a lab with chain of custody, and an asbestos abatement report and remediation plan submitted. Has anyone seen this report? This is the densest development in Wildwood. It's denser than Cambry. No basements mean garages will be used for storage and cars will be parked on the street. There are numerous complaints about the other Benton rentals in St. Charles County, including problems with parking. Parking, which is already an issue at other Benton rental developments, will be even more an issue here in this where this will be denser or setbacks are even less. This could impede first responders. Councilmember Mabry, at the last council meeting, you said that you were not concerned about the parking because our law enforcement officers will be over there all the time giving tickets. Your statement admits that you know there will be a problem. I think we can agree that the brave men and women of law enforcement have a hard enough job protecting us without adding parking lot attendant to their list of duties. It is important that every developer, especially rental units where residents will not be paying the taxes of a homeowner, pays their fair share to support our tax-funded public services for our existing residents as well as those who will rent from them. Mr. Levinson mentioned previously when before the Planning and Zoning that he will be establishing a homeowners association for his rental units. He was questioned by prudent council members of the Planning and Zoning Commission as to how there could be a homeowners association when there were not going to be any homeowners, only home renters and their landlord. Personally, I would argue that Mr. Levinson and Mr. Bosworth are not homeowners, as they will not live there. They are business owners. According to the Missouri Secretary of State's office, more than 30 incorporations and/or LLCs in which Mr. Levinson is listed as a registered officer or the registered agent. 5 of the corporations on their rental properties: Springwell Village Homeowners Association, Alpine Heights Homeowners Association, Villa on the Prairies Homeowners Association, Prairie Prop Owners Master Association, and Creekside HOA, were incorporated as, quote, non-profit corporations within the meaning of Section 528, subsection C of the Internal Revenue Code of 1954, end quote. According to Benton's own website, these are all rental developments. Section 528 of the IRC states, quote, a homeowners association shall be considered an organization exempt from income taxes for the purpose of any law which refers to the organizations exempt from income tax. Property held by qualifying HOAs, such as common grounds, swimming pools, parking lots, walking trails, roads, clubhouses, etc., are therefore exempt from taxation. Exemption from paying taxes on any portion of a residential development property business can increase the burden on our schools and other public services without creating the necessary revenue to fund it. At a time when homeowners struggle to pay their own real estate taxes, it's important that rental business owners pay their fair share to fund the public services their residents will use. This is not a development that belongs in Wildwood, and this is not a developer that belongs in Wildwood either. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, please, let's maintain decorum. Captain Mundell, if this persists, we're going to have to ask whoever's disrupting the meeting to please leave. So do we have any other speakers? Right. Please come forward if you wish to speak, or are you speaking for the public hearing? Okay, that will be at the public hearing. Thank you. All right, then, do we have any other speakers? Anyone online that wishes to speak? Please use the raise hand feature. Okay, well, seeing that we don't have any speakers, thank you for the opportunity to participate in public participations. We'll move on to the next part of the meeting, so I will come down to present 2 proclamations. All right. Thank you, everyone. I hope you can hear me. This is the part of the meeting that I truly enjoy here. So I want to ask the team from Ameren if you can please come up here to receive a proclamation. And I'll read a portion of it. There's quite a bit here in the proclamation. You can see it's posted with our city materials. But just to highlight here the team, the folks that are here, back on March 14th, we had a tornado that came through in Wildwood, came in from Franklin County and went out east of Wild Horse Creek Road. It caused significant damage to our infrastructure when it came to the power, but also our roads throughout the city, the trees that came down. We had crews out there working for several days, and so were the team from Ameren. But the reason why I would like to introduce the folks here from Ameren is because, you know, we all rely on power and we assume it's always going to be there. but during these storms, sometimes they can really cause a significant impact to the reliability. But what I'm thrilled about is that this team got into action immediately after the storm, but they communicated with us at the city to work on restoring power. Immediately after that tornado came through in Wildwood, 70% of Wildwood was without power immediately thereafter. They got to work, and immediately we started seeing on that outage map areas start to be recovered. And they continued on. And now we actually met that Saturday. We had a Zoom conversation where they provided myself and other members of our city with updates. And then we also provided them with updates on what we were hearing. But what was great about it was the coordination, because we had teams, folks, contractors that were ready to clear the roads. And as soon as they could figure out where they needed to address with power lines out, we can get our road crews out to clean up the rest so that they could keep moving forward and restoring the power. So to me, that coordination was extremely valuable, and it serves all of our community and our residents. I mean, I think as Samantha here has said, some of your best practices have been put in place because of what we've been doing here in Wildwood. So we've been doing it already. And now they're starting to do this in other communities, the communication, the proactive information as far as what's needed. So I wanted to recognize this team here because of the work that you've done. And I've known several of them over the years. Have the Zoom people here, so I want to make sure they can hear me. So, as part of the smart energy plan, they started putting in smart. It's pretty amazing. Well, all right, this is better, way better. All right, so I learned a lot about power through this team here. And the smart switches happen automatically so that when there is an outage, it reduces the area that's impacted. But I want to recognize them with this proclamation. I'll read a little bit from it. There's quite a bit here, but I think you all know why I asked them to come here today. And as I was saying, when I was a council member here for Ward 8, they worked with me, and it's amazing how much we've been able to accomplish here. I feel confident that we've got a good team in place that can help us. Samantha is always my go-to. But Landy, I want you to come here for a second because I got to know Landy early on. Now he's moved on to a bigger role, but he still doesn't forget me. He's really good, and I really appreciate what you've done, and I'm thrilled that you could be here tonight because of the work. So let me read a little bit here what we've got here. Whereas Ameren, Missouri is a trusted energy provider serving the city of Wildwood, Missouri, delivering reliable electric service to thousands of residents and businesses throughout the region, and is dedicated to providing safe, reliable energy while serving as a critical partner in the community's well-being. Whereas on March 14th, the city of Wildwood experienced a significant weather event with severe thunderstorms, including an EF2 tornado with 75-mile-per-hour winds causing substantial damage to trees, power lines, and the local infrastructure, significantly affecting the city's electrical grid and leaving residents without power. Whereas the storms wreaked havoc on the electrical grid, affecting substations, transmissions, and distributions lines, taking down an estimated 100 power poles throughout their system, disrupting service to thousands of households and businesses across the region. And in the immediate aftermath of the storm, Ameren showed steadfast commitment by rapidly mobilizing its workforce, and they did bring in crews as far as Kansas City, and I think other areas. They deployed not only the local crews, but to help accelerate these restoration efforts and minimize outages for affected communities. And they met with us the day following to review and implement a comprehensive restoration plan, coordinating those power line repairs throughout the city. and they maintain constant communication with our city officials and residents, providing regular updates on restoration efforts, estimated timelines, and safety protocols, showing both their dedication to transparency and safety. And they also worked to coordinate the repair of these down lines. They deployed their own crews and resources to help begin debris removal. So I, Mayor Joe Garitano of the City of Wildwood, on behalf of our City Council and all the residents of Wildwood, do hereby proclaim our deepest appreciation and gratitude to Ameren, Missouri for their outstanding response to the severe storms on March 14th and their tireless efforts to restore power to our community in a prompt, efficient, and safe manner. We recognize the exceptional service they provided before, during, and after the storm, and we celebrate their continued partnership in keeping our city strong, resilient, and connected. Thank you very much. I want to present this proclamation to you. Let's get our photo about it.
It's okay, you can.
All right, I have another proclamation here, but I think I'm going to ask Director Vunich to probably come up and accept this one because on behalf of, he doesn't want to come up here, but well, I'll read it, but it's a lot of it is because of the work of he and the city staff that they do here. So, trees provide many benefits to us, including reducing heating and cooling costs for homes and businesses, purifying the air we breathe, offsetting harmful greenhouse gases, and providing diverse habitats for a wide variety of wildlife, including adding an aesthetic appeal to our community. And the preservation of mature trees stands within the city of Wildwood. It has always been a goal of our city's master plan. In Wildwood, we recently adopted Ordinance 2286. It's a major update to our tree preservation and restoration code that requires the protection of this community's grand trees and stands in all settings. It's been a long-time goal of our city to maximize the use of existing green spaces that are situated throughout our city for public tree planting programs while reaffirming public space requirements as applied to any new development or subdivision to ensure that areas of the community will be available for the enjoyment of the outdoors, nature, and trees. Whereas in Wildwood, we have now been recognized for our 15th consecutive year as a Tree City USA. And the city continues to desire with that designation for the future. Therefore, this Friday, April 25th of this year, shall be Arbor Day in the city of Wildwood, Missouri. So this is a proclamation that declares Arbor Day. And so Joe, with you and Rick and your team here, thank you for the work that you all do in making that happen for us. Thank you. I don't think to get used to coming up, receiving these up here. Okay, thanks again. All right, we'll proceed now with our public hearings. So we do have several public hearings for tonight. The same guidelines. I ask again that if you do wish to speak regarding a public hearing item, You fill out a speaker card if you haven't done so already and provide it to our deputy city clerk. And when your name is called, approach the podium, state your name and ward. You will have a 5-minute time limit, and I will let you know as you approach that time limit. If you have any questions, please mention that during your remarks and identify the official you would like to respond. And again, please be respectful to others in making your remarks. Interrupting others and using profane and abusive language are prohibited. Thank you in advance. So I'll ask for first public hearing, Director Vunich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, the first item on tonight's agenda for public hearings relates to a reallocation of community development block grant funds that are awarded to the city on an annual basis. Each year, the Office of Community Development at St. Louis County through the federal government provides $25,500 for certain programs. The programs typically are replacement of accessible access to sidewalks, and more recently, our senior programming. We offer a broad range of opportunities for our seniors in the community. This past March, the representative from the Office of Community Development with St. Louis County noted that we're collecting more money than we're spending and had offered to consider other opportunities for the use of the block grant funds. In this particular case, the department offered to that individual that we could do audits of our park facilities, which we have completed, and use the audit results and update our restrooms and other items within the parks with this money. The use of this money from 2024 will not impact our other senior programming. As I say, we're collecting more money than we're spending, and we are in good shape in that regard. So tonight, the department is presenting to City Council the option of reallocating the 2024 block grant funds to audits of our facilities to make them more accessible. If there are any questions after public comment, the department will be glad to try to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open up now the public hearing. Do we have any speakers for this?
Yes, Lynn Link.
Lynn Link, Ward 6. CDBG funding are federal funds given to states and local governments to provide assistance to low-income residents already within their geographical area. According to the 2020 census, Wildwood is fortunate to have only 3% of our population at or below poverty level. With the median age of 45.1 and almost 20% of our population, Wildwood has a higher percentage of elderly than most in the U.S., which is a median age of 38.7 years. Under the federal supplement poverty measure, 14.2% of people aged 65 or older were considered poor. In the U.S., homeownership rate in the United States is 65.6%. In Wildwood, it's 92%. Therefore, in Wildwood, it's likely that those who are in most need of low-income assistance are seniors. It goes without saying that seniors have the highest rate of disabilities as well. Inflation hits seniors the hardest, especially with rising cost of homeownership. Recognizing this, the state of Missouri passed a property tax freeze, which froze taxes at historically high levels. Some of our seniors have lived in Wildwood most of their lives and are living in historic homes, which require higher upkeep costs. Both they and their homes are irreplaceable part of our history. In Wildwood, we are also fortunate to have the African American Westland Acres Historic Area, which was named after William West, whose freedom was hard fought and won partially through the efforts and sacrifice of our local Union soldiers. Only a decade after being freed, West was able to purchase land on which he was formerly enslaved, allowing other free slaves to live there too. An elderly widow whose husband was a direct descendant of William West still lives in Westland Acres, with part of the land being in Wildwood and part of the land being in Chesterfield. In 2023, the St. Louis County assessor said that the average home value went up 16.9%. Yet the alleged appraisal value for this woman's Chesterfield property increased 68% in 2023 and another 30% in 2025. Even worse, her adjacent Wildwood property saw an increase of 221% in 2023 and another 29% in 2025 without any improvements. She is literally being taxed out of her home. Federal block grants are hard-earned tax dollars, which are supposed to be given to improve the lives of those who are in most need of the funds. Yet we've seen tax dollars given to some NGOs and for other projects that really don't get and reach the intended recipients. State and local governments can use CDBG funds to help with housing affordability for low-income seniors. And doing this would be the best way to help those who are in most need of these funds stay in Wildwood and remain part of our current history. I know this woman's history, and it is an amazingly long history of making the world a more fair and equitable place. And maybe instead of doing, other things with the money, we could do a tax, in not necessarily incentive, but some type of help for these elderly people in Wildwood who are being taxed out of their homes. Maybe that money would be better served there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? All right, again, I'll ask if anyone online wishes to speak, please use the raise hand feature for this particular public hearing item. Right, seeing none, Director Vunich, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, obviously, the intent of the recommendation from the department is to address our public facilities and make them more accessible for all age groups, whether it's seniors, our children, and everywhere in between. It is my understanding from the conversation from the representative from the Office of Community Development with St. Louis County, there are no eligible neighborhoods relative to our use of community development block grant funds in the city of Wildwood due to our affluence. So from that perspective, as I've mentioned, we've tried to use them to create better accessible ramps for our sidewalks, senior programming for seniors, to keep them healthy and well, and again tonight to address our facilities in an appropriate manner to make them more accessible. I can certainly contact Office of Community Development with St. Louis County and see if these funds can be used for property tax abatements, but I believe they cannot be, but I will verify that. If there are any questions regarding the reallocation, the department would be glad to try to answer them at this time.
Okay, Councilmember Dodwell.
Mr. Vunich, at our Planning and Parks meeting, I believe that you indicated that one of the things that you would be assessing as part of this review of our restrooms is the ability to support handicapped adults on and children, older children that are cared for by their parents that need assistance with changing their clothing or using the restroom in those considerations. So I just wanted to let the community know that we are looking towards those kinds of additions into our restrooms, and that's the reason for doing the assessment so that we can gather the total cost required for that.
Yes, ma'am. And that's the intent, is to improve the circumstances in our park and trail facilities so they're accessible to all abilities.
All right, any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, then can I get a motion to close this public hearing here? Made by Councilmember Galani. Is there a second? Councilmember Farmer. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Want to oppose or abstain? All right, this public hearing for this item is now closed. Move on to the next public hearing item.
Mr. Mayor, the next item relates to 5-22 New Community Church, which is located on Manchester Road by the Taylor Road Roundabout. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, the Planning and Zoning Commission has provided you a recommendation report relative to the reversion of the current amended CA Plan Commercial District that is in place on this 4+ acre site, and to revert it to the NU Non-Urban Resident District. As you all are aware, New Community Church is moving to the city of Chesterfield to a larger building with more land area due to a growing congregation. They have sold the properties, both the current place of worship on the north side of Manchester Road and the 4-acre+ site on the south side of Manchester Road, somewhat adjacent to their main facility. As part of the change in zoning that occurred on this particular item in 2022, certain performance standards relative to time were established. Those standards relate to the submittal and approval of a site development plan and then commencement of construction. An extension was granted to the petitioner for the site development plan approximately 18 months ago. And since that time, no plan has been submitted. Under the zoning ordinance, if no plan is submitted within the time frame, Planning and Zoning Commission is obliged to hold a public hearing and consider the reversion, which they did. And before you tonight is the request for reversion. The department would respectfully request, after public comment and any comments from the City Council, a motion and second with voice vote or vote to proceed forward with legislation to accomplish the reversion. The reversion will take it to the NU Non-Urban District, and any future proposal will have to go through the public hearing process. Thank you.
Do we have any speakers for the public hearing? All right, again, I'll ask if we have any speakers. If you're online, use a raise hand. Or, all right, Director Vunich, I don't see any speakers.
And again, if there are any questions on the part of City Council, the department would be glad to answer them at this time.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, then you're looking for a motion
To authorize the preparation of legislation to revert the property zoning to the NU Non-Urban Resident District.
Is there anyone that wishes? Councilmember Marshall, and then seconded by Councilmember Ottenberg. All right, we have the motion on the floor. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Would oppose or abstain? All right, the motion passes. We can get a motion to close this public hearing item, or?
I think with the motion to prepare the legislation, we've concluded the discussion.
Okay, if there's no objection, then we'll go ahead and close this item and continue to move forward. All right, next item.
The next public hearing item is PZ 28-21 Ashley Grove, Cypress Real Estate LLC, care of Daniel Stegman. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, the Planning and Zoning Commission has provided for your consideration tonight a letter of recommendation regarding the application of a planned residential development overlay district on this particular property that is zoned R3 10,000 square foot resident district. In many regards, the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation is the reapproval of the overlay district on this property. Like the last item considered at during the public hearing, the requirement of the overlay district is to submit a site development plan within 12 months of the approval of that particular legislation by City Council. There is an option for a 6-month extension as well. The 18 months passed and a site development plan had not been submitted. So under the regulations of the overlay district in the zoning ordinance, the Planning and Zoning Commission must consider the reversion of the property relative to the overlay district. The Planning and Zoning Commission did consider the matter and is recommending the overlay district be approved and applied to the property. The overlay district limits the number of new homes to 11 with the retention of the 1 unit that is there already on the 5-acre site. There will be a new internal street built that will be public, but will not have direct access to Center Avenue. An emergency gate with which will meet the approval of the Metro West Fire Protection District is planned. That gate will be part of the Architectural Review Board's process, as well as all of the dwellings. So it is a favorable recommendation before you tonight from the Planning and Zoning Commission relative to the overlay district for this particular site. After public comment, the department will be available for any questions or comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Ron Petruska.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Ron Petruska. My wife Lynn and I live in Ward 8 in the Stone Mill subdivision. Our lot is one of 4 lots that border the southern boundary of the proposed Ashley Grove development. The residents of Stone Mill have 2 concerns with the proposed development. Also, I'm very confident that the residents in Old Town Park on Center Avenue, bordering the eastern boundary of the development, share our concerns. Our first concern is the number of new homes that are proposed to be built per this proposal. 11 new homes with 12,000 square foot lot sizes are being proposed. In order to meet the same minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet as Stone Mill and Old Park, Town Park have, a maximum of 9 new homes should be built in Ashley Grove. In 2017, Mayor Jim Bolin revealed his 2020 vision plan for the city of Wildwood, which stated that, quote, smaller residential lots are inconsistent with the Wildwood image. In the June 7th, 2021 P&Z committee meeting, Mayor Bolin stated that he wanted the homes built on this 5-acre site to be comparable to the 17 homes recently built in the adjacent subdivisions. He said that the new homes should be comparable in architectural details, including side entry garages and lot sizes. The March 7th, 2022 P&Z committee meeting approved that 11 new homes would be built in Ashley Grove and that all would have side entry garages. A quote T-section cul-de-sac was also part of the approved plan. Our residents weren't happy that the 11 new homes were approved instead of 9 new homes adjacent due to the size of the lots in the adjacent subdivisions. However, at least the other requirements appeared to be met by this proposal. During the April 4th, 2022 P&Z committee meeting, it was presented that Ashley Grove now requested that 3 of the 11 homes have partial front entry garages because the lot sizes were too small to accommodate side entry garages. During the May 2nd, 2022 P&Z committee meeting, the committee reversed its earlier decision requiring that all homes have side entry garages and that 3 of the 11 homes could have partial front entry garages. The proposal still included the T-section cul-de-sac. Many Stone Mill residents believed that at the time, the city seemed to be giving preferential treatment to those associated with developing Ashley Grove by relaxing requirements that had to be met for the adjacent subdivisions. Our residents didn't feel it was in their best interest. It was being considered by allowing 11 homes with 12,000 square foot lots, and that 3 homes were allowed to have partial front entry garages instead of side entry garages. We only asked that the same requirements be met that were required of the developer of Stone Mill and Old Town Park. And by the way, Old Town Park, with its 15,000 square foot lots, is actually closer to the city center than the proposed Ashley Grove subdivision. Our second concern is that the latest proposal plan once again changed from the plan approved in 2022, and it eliminated the T-section cul-de-sac. The T-section cul-de-sac has been replaced with a lock gate on the east end of a straight street accessing Ashley Grove from West Avenue. It's been stated that this gate would only be opened by the police and/or fire departments for access to the subdivision in emergency situations. This arrangement is approved. Our question is, how will large delivery trucks, trash trucks, snow plows, etc., turn around and leave the subdivision? Will a trash truck have to use a resident's driveway to turn around to leave the subdivision? If not, a large truck would have to back all the way out of the subdivision to get back to West Avenue. We don't see this as being desirable, especially if young children are running around playing near the street as a large truck is being backed out of the subdivision. Some of our residents are concerned that if for whatever reason the gate was to be opened, other than for emergency use sometime in the future, that traffic would have to drive north on Center Avenue to access Manchester Road. Center Avenue has no streetlights and is very narrow. Additional traffic from Ashley Grove on Center Avenue would certainly not be desirable. As previously stated, the residents of Stone Mill simply request that the city impose the same requirements on Ashley Grove that were imposed on the developer on the two adjacent sites. We feel that this proposal will have a negative impact on the values of our properties. Thank you very much for your consideration of our concerns.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Okay. None. All right. Again, I'll ask if we have anyone else that wishes to speak, or if you're online, use the raise hand feature. All right. Seeing none, then Director Vunich, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I would note that there is a differentiation between Stone Mill and Ashley Grove. Stone Mill is part of the suburban residential area of our town center, of our master plan. And in this particular instance, the maximum density at that time was 2 units per acre. This particular site, Ashley Grove, is part of town center. It's on the boundary. And that is why you have 11 lots on 5 acres versus, let's say, in this particular case, 9 or 10 lots. Again, the difference between town center and suburban relative to our master plan. In terms of the circulation pattern, certainly it is a concern. And as we move forward, if the overlay district is approved by City Council, we will address it. Obviously, we know that larger vehicles need a turnaround at the end of street. I would note that the Department of Planning supported a through street because it is town center, and part of the requirements of our plan is to make connections whenever possible to create a network of streets and limit cul-de-sacs. This Planning and Zoning Commission chose not to proceed forward based upon the input it received from many of the residents in Stone Mill. And so again, we're trying to bridge or walk that fine line between not extending the street and creating a street that provides emergency access in the event of the need. So tonight, again, the Planning and Zoning Commission has a favorable recommendation before you for consideration. I'll accept any questions or comments from the City Council and then conclude with a request.
Do we have any questions? All right, Councilmember Marshall, and then Councilmember Farmer, and then McCutcheon.
Yeah, I guess my question, I appreciate the explanation of town center versus suburban, but to put a fire gate and block streets in our town center just doesn't make good sense from a public safety standpoint. And why would we do that in town center? We don't have any other town center streets that we have fire gates up, do we? Or emergency gates?
No, sir.
Thanks.
Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah, I was going to kind of ask the same question, but if in the event we are going to have a gate, who pays for this gate and the upkeep and everything else?
The developer will be responsible for the construction of the gate, and then the homeowners association, as part of their indentures, will be responsible to maintain it.
So I guess maybe just for clarification, it's a public street, right?
That's the intent. Again, our master plan requires all streets in town center to be public.
So how do we have a public street that has a private gate at the end of it?
The Planning and Zoning Commission was trying to address the concerns of nearby residents.
I certainly understand and appreciate that, but that still doesn't answer how we have a private gate at the end of a public street.
Well, I'll advise you that outside town center, we have a number of emergency gates that are part of private subdivisions that cross public easements as the police, fire, and EMS can access in the event the main access point or the main curb cut is not available.
And those are all privately cared for?
Yes, the fire district nor the city provides any maintenance of those.
Okay.
And Wild Horse subdivision, Shepherd Oaks.
I've seen them. I personally don't get it, but that's okay. I'm just one person.
Well, certainly, so there were three options when we started this discussion. The first was a through street as set forth in our town center plan. Obviously, people in the vicinity, Center Avenue, the estates at Bordeaux, and those residents on Center Avenue itself were concerned about additional traffic. Cut-through traffic was referenced multiple times. So in lieu of that, the idea of a T turnaround. What we've discovered with T turnarounds is they become parking areas for the nearby residents and don't serve us as well. And you don't have an emergency access with a T turnaround block. And so the final consideration was the emergency gate.
I'm just of the opinion, I mean, I know we've done this in a couple other places. It's just, I understand the logic of where we're going, but it still doesn't solve the problem. It just sort of sounds like a different version of a bad idea to me. Like T-turns don't work. I've got them in my neighborhood. They're parking lots. We don't currently know how trucks are going to get in and out of this neighborhood. So that seems slightly problematic to me, but I'm willing to listen to counsel on how we get through that.
Well, certainly if the bill is authorized to be prepared for additional consideration, not passage. Mr. Brown and the Department of Planning will do its best to answer that question. I think there are solutions. I don't know if they're good solutions, but there are solutions.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember McCutcheon.
I was going to ask the same questions as Councilmember Farmer. Very quickly, can you tell us what the other options would be?
Well, certainly the driveway areas at the end of the street where the emergency gate would be placed could be expanded and then a public easement placed over them. So as there is a kind of modified turnaround, simpler cul-de-sac, so to speak. From that perspective, obviously, it's going to impinge on those two lots, but certainly those lot owners the easement will be on the lots prior to their purchase, so there shouldn't be any confusion. We may look at options in terms of signage relative to larger vehicles, advising them of such at the entry area. And then there could be a pull-off area in the common ground that is on the north side of the internal street. Whereas there is basically a maneuvering area. And Mr. Brown may have some other options, much better than what I just described. For the most part, as I say, this is not the best solution, but it's a solution that takes into account concerns from both sides of the discussion.
So I can't remember exactly where I read it, but in Wildwood, we're not supposed to have a gate across a public street. So how are we able to do this one?
Well, it isn't a gate to keep residents protected or to provide, let's say, protection to address any potential traffic. It's an emergency gate. We have those all over Wildwood.
Councilmember Albers.
Yes, is having public hearing and first reading the same night, is that normal a lot of times, or am I?
Mayor Boland started, if a favorable recommendation comes from the Planning and Zoning Commission, we conduct a public hearing, and then we also have the bill prepared for first reading. It's something Mayor Boland started about 2 years ago.
Okay. Well, I can make comments at either point here, basically, so I guess I'll just make a few right now. You know, the homeowners in this area, Fallstone Mill and Center Avenue, they're not against the development per se. One of the biggest points is this was supposed to be a cul-de-sac originally. And that's what they would really, above all else, like to see happen here. Putting a gate in is just, I don't know what, I think we need to get out of the gate business in the city here, but it's just going to create all kinds of problems, like it's been said, with trash trucks, emergency vehicles, delivery trucks, snow plowing, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the biggest fear is if you got a gate up, that provides access to Center Avenue. And Center Avenue does not need more traffic. It's barely a road as it is right now. As somebody said, I think it's 19 feet wide, no sidewalks, no lights. So that's the highest priority for these residents here is bring back the cul-de-sac. And you're saying the difference in zoning is because this is now in town center, right? Is what you said?
Yes, sir.
Which allows, okay. Well, you know, I know that the communities around there would like to consider 2 less houses there to bring that density in line with the surrounding areas. So.
Well, and again, density wise, relative to town center, this is very low.
Okay, but
from the perspective of the neighborhood edge, which this is designated as a land use category, densities can be as high as 4 to 5 units per acre.
I realize that, but we do reduce density a lot of times, and that's what I would like to look at for this too with the residents. But the cul-de-sac is really a large issue here, and I really don't want to see a gate in there that could eventually lead to access on Center Avenue. So.
Well, it's not intended to lead to access to Center Avenue unless you're in an emergency vehicle.
I understand. But my point is bring the cul-de-sac back.
Certainly that's an option.
Okay.
All right. Do we have anyone else? Councilmember Krantz, go ahead.
Joe, the cameras went down.
Okay, restarting the business.
Internet out.
The power's still on. That's good.
Just when you gave him that proclamation.
Yeah, take it back. So Joe, Mr. Petruska said that the lots were 12,000 square feet. But I see it's R3, it's 10,000 square feet. So what are the sizes of those lots?
Within the recommended conditions from the Planning and Zoning Commission, they required a minimum of 12,000 square feet. And that the frontages be 92 except lot 12, which is 91.
So the lot sizes will be 12,000.
Under the proposed condition.
And that's with the PRD?
Yes, sir.
Everyone? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
If each detached dwelling unit shall be located on an individual lot of record, that is a minimum of 12,000 square feet.
It says 10 here though. Right?
Yeah, why do you have R3 zoning?
Well, the next is half acre zoning. Density wouldn't be carried by the half acre zoning versus.
I'll take your word. So what are the widths sizes of the street?
The street will be 26.1 feet in width, so as to accommodate parking at least on one side.
Okay, is those streets going to be wider than the one where Mr. Petruccia lives on the other side of the pond? I don't, those seem real narrow.
The streets and estates at Bordeaux are 22 feet. It was done early on as we were applying the town center plans.
Okay.
I believe the ones in Stone Mill, and I'll defer to Rick if he knows off the top of his head, are 26.1. They're a little different in that some of them we were trying some low impact development techniques, meaning we were trying to avoid curb inlets and curbs per se, and trying to get the water to grass swales behind the street.
Will there be sidewalks?
Yes. The
Okay.
intent is to have sidewalks on both sides of the street because it's town center.
And what's the square footage of the homes?
I don't recall, but the question was asked at the Planning and Zoning Commission. Prestige Homes is the builder. Dan Stegman is the developer, and I believe that Mr. Faulkner, who's here tonight, mentioned that they would be in the range of about 1.5 to $1.6 million.
I mean, the size of the homes themselves. You know,
Well, based on that amount, it'll probably be in the 3,000 to 4,000 square feet.
oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up at this point, so we have this item later on in the agenda, so certainly we can entertain more questions when we get to that, and then the council can make a decision at that point. So Director Vunich, do you have anything else that you wish to add, or at this point?
No, sir. Thank you, though.
So if there's no objection, then I'm going to see if we can go ahead and close this public hearing. There's no objection from the council. Councilmember Delani, are you making a motion? You want to go? So the motion will be to close the public hearing, seconded by Councilmember Hopper.
This is just.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're moving on. Last public hearing item, Director Vunich.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. The last public hearing item is PZ 1-25, Cattails Lodge, care of Jane Budnick. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, the Planning and Zoning Commission has forwarded to you for consideration a favorable recommendation report to add a luxury pet boarding facility at the commercial center located on the northeast corner of Clayton Road and Strecker Road. The pet boarding facility would be limited to cats, and all activity relative to the cats would be contained within the tenant space. There would be no outside runs, outside exercise areas, or other. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this particular request, particularly based upon the conditions associated with it, as developed by the petitioner and the Department of Planning, and is recommending this permitted use be added to the site-specific ordinance. After any comments or questions from the public, the department will be available to respond to any others that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up the public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Jane Budnick, Bill 2978.
Thank you, Mayor Garetano and City Council members. My name is Janie Budnick, and I actually live in Ward 2, and that is where I have chosen to put the fantastic opportunity of Cattails Lodge, which is cats only. We are so super excited. We're about to have kittens. But besides that, we are really looking forward to serving the Wildwood and surrounding communities. For summer travel is key around here. And we are really wanting to get started on this. So I wanted to humbly request a second reading tonight if possible.
Thank you.
Raising. Seeing none, Director Vunich.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if there are any comments or questions from City Council, otherwise there is a bill that's been prepared for first reading today. Thank you.
Do we have any questions or comments from the council? Okay, we'll see that then later on in the agenda. We're going to move into legislation, and the first part of the agenda is unfinished business. But I know that we have a lot of people here for Bill 2967. So I'll ask the council if there's a council member that would be willing to make motion so we can change the order of the agenda and address 2967 before we resume the rest of it. Is there anyone that wishes to make that motion? Councilmember Ottenberg and Councilmember Dodwell. So again, changing the order to start with Bill 2967. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, that motion passes. So we'll now move to Bill 2967. Director Vunich, you wish to come forward?
Mr. Mayor, this is under unfinished business, so I believe a motion for the second reading is appropriate at this time.
Yes, thank you. All right, can we have a motion for a second reading of Bill 2967? Okay, Councilmember Marshall.
Because this is a second reading and it will require 11 votes, we're actually short 2 council members. So consideration for postponement or just go ahead and move forward with it.
So I'll ask for the city attorney if you can just provide an answer regarding that, but I believe that either the council can choose to still go ahead if they wish to make a motion for the second reading, or if there's a different motion, then that would be made. But city attorney, can you go ahead and explain?
Yes, Mayor. So there's three options this evening. One is to make a motion to approve the ordinance as presented, which does require 11 votes. And that does require 11 affirmative votes irrespective of the number of people attending the meeting. The second option is to postpone it if you want to, take into further consideration any of the comments made this evening or need additional information, you can certainly postpone it. And then if the third option really comes with a failure of the bill to pass, which would require a motion to deny the appeal as an additional motion after the failure of the bill.
Thank you for explaining that. So with the options presented, Director Vunich, do you have anything you wish to say before I ask the council for direction then as to what motion?
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, as you know, you heard as well tonight from many of the speakers during public participation. This particular item has been under consideration for many months. The Department of Planning has worked with the developer as well as City Council to craft an ordinance that addresses as many of the concerns as possible. Certainly, Etherton Road, stormwater management, appropriate screening of adjoining properties from headlights, etc. The department believes it's accommodated all of those as part of the bill tonight. And certainly if there are any questions, the department would be glad to try to answer them at this time.
Okay, so we'll see. Do we have any questions or anything at this time? Councilmember Mabry, I see your hand up.
I'd like to motion for postponement along with opportunity to ask questions of the Director of Planning and Parks.
And since you are making a motion, then we do need a second for that motion. Is there anyone that wishes to make a second for that motion? Again, Councilmember Mabry did make a motion. If not, if we don't have a second, that motion would fail or lack of a second. Okay, so Ed, did you make a motion? I think yours was just.
I was asking for the clarification
Okay.
of what the options were.
Okay.
And I kind of thought that was one of the options.
Okay. Well, I don't see a second, so for a lack of a second, we'll reopen to see if there is anyone that wishes to make any other motion or at this point ask questions. Councilmember Krantz. Okay, so Councilmember Krantz, you're making that motion and then a second by Councilmember Albers. And Colleen, do you have that motion? We'll certainly open up for discussion if there are any questions or comments. Or Director Vunich, look like you have something to say.
Mr. Mayor, if I could have a clarification from Mr. Krantz, the maker of the motion, is that to have the second reading or to? Okay. Thank you.
The second, is that your intent as well? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor at this time. Do we have anyone that has any questions or comments? Councilmember Mabry. If it's related to the motion, I think we want to keep the conversation relevant to the motion. So maybe go ahead, ask the question and we'll see.
The speakers have been making very appropriate comments, and more than one of them has to do with questions I was asking at last month's meeting, which I've had clarified and with different information in a couple of instances. Can you speak to the biggest 2 or 3 items? Parking, the internal parking, which I had been told previously there was to be no internal parking and only the parallel parking along the south side of Main Street. I believe that that's been amended and that the people here need to know the latest and greatest. And after discussions with the fire department, has there now been clarification or confirmation that there is internal parking to these public streets, to these public right-of-ways, and that it has something to do with fire hydrants? And only one side of the street, but still one side of each internal street. Am I getting that clear?
So is what, sorry. As was described by Mr. Levinson, each of the units has a two-car garage.
Hmm.
And in association with the two-car garage, there's a 20-foot driveway.
Two
So
20-foot
in-
driveways.
Right. So in principle, 4 cars can be accommodated
Mhm.
by the enclosed parking as well as in the driveways. As part of the plan, there are on-street parking spaces along Etherton Road, which will match those that are on the west side of the same street. And then internally, there are on-street parking spaces as well. The proposed ordinance requires the street widths to be 26.1 feet. Under the fire code, and as we interpret it here at the city of Wildwood, that allows parking on one side, and it's usually on the side that doesn't have the hydrant. Now, there have been conversations about Thanksgiving, Christmas, graduation parties, and quite frankly, our ordinance, the zoning ordinance and the parking regulations doesn't take into account special events. What ends up happening is we create more parking than is needed for any typical day. We create more impervious surface, so we add more runoff. Stormwater facilities get bigger, and it just becomes a kind of a more of a problem than we're typically solving just for those special occasions.
In short, will there be no parking signs on one side of each internal street? Pick your side, whether it's got a fire hydrant, but one side with a fire hydrant will have no parking signs on it. The other side is for parking in front of the homes.
Yes. So under the fire code and as we apply it, one side of each of the internal streets will have no parking posted. That will require an ordinance of city council, so it's enforceable by the St. Louis County Police Department, Wildwood Precinct.
And through what will be the south side of Main Street in the future, there will be parallel parking. Is that parallel parking marked with stripes to keep the cars in their space?
The city has engaged CDI, an engineering firm, to do a strip map of Main Street. There is on-street parking plan for Village Green, but in this particular instance, that 1,300 feet of frontage that constitutes this project, there was not an intent to have on-street parking.
The next thing, and I'll make it the last thing. The HOA confuses me. It has got to confound everyone else in this room, not some experienced council members. An HOA for renters is not logical. They don't own property, but this developer has chosen specifically to have each individual lot platted. That means some sort of magic that now each of those platted properties are going to be members of an HOA, even though it's not the type of HOA I know about because I'm a trustee of a subdivision that has owned property, not rented property. I've also been told since the last meeting that there's a great deal of might and control that the city has through its final development planning process to extract and demand of the developer that they perfect their HOA or their indentures for the purpose of platting. And as there's going to be 55 plats, there's going to be a 55-member platted property renters HOA. I don't know much more about it than that, whether there'll be dues paid. They have to pay dues in my subdivision. And the point was made that this will be a not-for-profit. Well, all HOAs and subdivisions are not-for-profit. That means nothing. The residents still pay their property tax to St. Louis County every year. And the purpose of having a not-for-profit for a trustees organization is that the indenture, the annual assessments they collect don't get taxed because there's no profit made on them. They just go back to repairing the road and clearing trees off. So as the residents who are speaking to issues, they can certainly benefit from the improved information that's come in just the last month out of this long ordeal. The the property management, I'll say frankly, it reeks of a REIT. This thing's going to go in 6 months if the developer so chooses by intentionally not providing details of their HOA. I don't want to have to rely on the city fighting tooth and nail for every scrap of control and responsibility that this developer is to take over their own project. I'm close to a yes. I'm just closer to a no, because this property management is everything. After the traffic, it all turns to 100% to the property management. And right now, what I've seen is no responsibility or ownership or details in writing about how this HOA, whatever it's going to be, is going to compare to the HOA I administer for the past 38 years on and off for my subdivision, because I know exactly what's in my subdivision indentures, and they're strong. They're strong enough to put liens on properties. People don't say, I don't have to pay. I don't have any cars riding up and down. I got a motorcycle. I shouldn't have to pay road assessment. So can you help me with that long-winded diatribe and help me? And I hope it'll help the audience too, if they care to be. If they care to be.
Well, certainly, I believe there's nothing in the proposed ordinance, the existing bill, that would preclude a homeowners association. I think that was suggested by the petitioners to provide more local control over the development and ensure that if problems arise, they could be locally handled instead of, let's say, an entity outside the city or elsewhere in the region or across the state, wherever. But there are protections that have been incorporated to the bill as part of discussion City Council had. First and foremost, there has to be, as part of this process, covenants, indentures, or other common area maintenance agreements to ensure that responsibility is set forth for ownership, control, and ongoing maintenance of common ground area, public spaces, stormwater management facilities. We also have a provision that says no occupancy or reoccupancy permits can be issued until a management plan or such is available to the city for its review and comment. And it's intended to provide a true description of the management structure of the development, including tenant application requirements, terms of leases, minimum lease terms, step-by-step maintenance and upkeep schedule for dwelling units, common ground areas, public space components, stormwater management facilities in the overall project area, and along with a contact person and a telephone number. Besides that, if the project is sold, the city has a requirement that it is advised 90 days in advance of that action. Now, saying all of that, there's a platting process if this project is approved, because the 55 units are going to be on 55 individual lots. So if the intent is to try to avoid paying property tax on the lots because they're part of a homeowners association and considered common element, you can certainly stop that at the platting process. Also at the platting process, you'll see the proposed indentures, and I'm sure Mr. Young and the Department of Planning will go through them with a fine-tooth comb. Again, that's if the project's approved. But the intent here isn't to provide a avoidance of property tax. The intent here is, under the regular proposed conditions, to ensure that the concerns about this becoming a nuisance, an eyesore, or problem properties in the future can be addressed as best as possible.
All right, Councilmember Farmer, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that, Joe. I appreciate it. So I have not been a proponent of this project from the beginning, and I want to make very clear why that is. Katie and I are representatives for Ward 4, and currently Ward 4 houses the two largest apartment developments in our city. I've represented those folks that live there for, I think I'm in my 6th year. I can't remember anymore. But those are good people. They don't create a nuisance. They're not a problem. That narrative has been said a few times in this room over the months, and it's concerned me because it's just not true. These are valuable people. They're teachers at my kids' school. They play with my kids. They come to my house. They're wonderful folks. They work at Schnucks. For me, the people and the process of rentals in general is not the problem with this process. Our city staff, the city council, all you folks that have made your way out here, our friends from the news tonight, even our developers have all worked very hard to try to come to an agreement as to what is the best use for this piece of land that is adjacent to other important parts in our city and connected to a road that are very important. And what it keeps coming back to me as is this is like a square peg in a round hole. It's everybody has tried to make this fit. It just, for me, it doesn't. And I think I've met with Mr. Bosworth and we had a wonderful conversation. I thought it was very nice. And, you know, sometimes people that disagree with things, they don't talk about stuff anymore. And maybe things would be better if we did. But I encouraged him. I don't know how this thing's going to go tonight. I know how I'm going to vote. And if it doesn't go the way our developer friends hope it does, I encourage them to come back with something creative that might get a little bit more community support, because it is important to listen to our community when they have concerns. But as we've heard for some of these other things, including in the building that we're sitting in, you know, our best intentions listening to people, it all works out until it doesn't. I mean, our city hall passed with 150 votes. Everybody thought it was going to be a great idea. As it turns out, if you were here for the work session, maybe not so much. So we have some work to do. So for me this evening, I will continue to vote no against this project, not because I think that the developers are bad people or any of these things. I just think it's the wrong project at the wrong time for our city. And I think we can do better. And I think Town Center deserves better. And I think that when we plan these things appropriately and we work very hard, we can do a better job for our residents. And that's what I'm here to support. So I'm not anti-developer. I'm not anti-renter. I just want smart development in the right place. And I think we're a long way from that right now. So I don't want to cut you off, Ed, if you have anything to say or anybody else, but this has been a long night. It's been a long journey for this whole thing. I'm happy to call the questions so we can see how this thing's going to shake out.
Certainly, you know, if there's anything else, if not, then we'll move to a roll call. So again, the motion on the floor is for the second reading. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? All right, so go ahead, Colleen, go ahead.
Bill 2967, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the rezoning of a 7-acre tract of land that is located at the southeast corner of Etherton Road and Crestview Drive from the NU Non-Urban Residence District to the R6A 4,000 square foot Residence District with a planned residential development overlay district PRD to authorize up to 55 single-family attached and detached dwellings on this neighborhood general district town center location, which includes an acceptance of the petitioner's appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial action on the same. Second reading.
So again, now that we have the bill read, we have any other discussion matters that we wish to discuss here? Councilmember Edens.
Yes, I just wanted to try to speak on some of the concerns I had or heard tonight, because I know there's nothing worse than dragging yourself to a meeting, feeling like everybody said the same thing 10 times and that nobody hears you. So one of the things that I've heard repeatedly at different meetings is, why are we reconsidering something planning and zoning denied? There's two parts to that. One is that a legal process was triggered, so we still have to go through that process. That doesn't mean we have to approve it, though. The other thing is, I wanted to give some insight into how my thought process has changed in regards to this and other planning and zoning review processes over the years, mostly because, you know, I always try to respect people that tell me what they're thinking, because I believe we owe you that, whether you agree with it or not. But generally, when I was first elected, I always thought that You know, planning and zoning is a group of qualified individuals that does a good job. It is not my job to redo their work. I still agree with that. But since I have been on council, I have seen a couple of instances where planning and zoning has gotten it wrong. An example of that would be the fire station with Monarch. They took us to court. We lost. I went down on the ship trying to support that. The point is this, planning and zoning is made up of good volunteers like yourself. And you might love the board if you loved the last mayor because that's who's making the appointments. Or you might hate the board because of that. And the same will be true for our new mayor because that's who's going to make appointments. And I can tell you, I always, if a citizen is willing to do the work, God bless them. And if they are qualified for these commissions, I will vote for them. I do not do a litmus test to make sure they agree with my point of view first. So on the instances I've seen where it's literally cost us, it cost taxpayers $1 million in override for cost on a bond issue because it wasn't built on schedule. What I saw from that process was just because I generally believe planning and zoning is qualified and they do a great job, it doesn't mean that I can, you know, rubber stamp something and not review it. So since this has come to us, I've always operated from a place of what were their concerns and what are the changes that I can make to try to improve it. And it might not be that it's not enough, or it might be that it's some. And then the second thing that I look at, because I have to think of what are the codes that I have to legally operate in, which for me is very much like wearing horse blinders, because it doesn't matter whether I like it or not, it's whether or not, for me, do I feel that this meets the land use category and the permitted uses? Because I can't go back and change that. That's already in the code. Now, a great point was raised in public comment that they're not entitled to a PRD. I completely agree with that. And that's why we've been really taking the time to review that. So just because we are reviewing it doesn't mean that it's because we want to blow up everything P&Z stands for. But if you don't like their you know, approval process, as citizens, you can't really do anything about it, but you can always vote us out of office. So we're the check and balance in that system. And that's why that exists. So I just wanted to explain that, you know, at times, even if you don't agree with me, I want you to know that I appreciate you and your comments and continue to volunteer for committees, because what I'm hearing is that it's more than just the subdivision that you're unhappy with. Maybe you don't like the land use category or something else, which is part of our master plan review process.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Councilmember Albers.
Well, just quickly, I want to say, I've been on the council about a year now, and I've tried to support the residents that have been against Latitude since I've been on council. And just briefly, the points that are not good going forward, there are going to be parking problems. You know, there's going to be cars on the streets. There's going to be trash receptacles in the street. And it's going to create issues with trash trucks, delivery trucks, and so on and so on. The temporary road and gate is one of my biggest concerns. You know, that's, you know, the gate, the temporary road for the Crestview residents would have to have a gate and lock and key. I just don't think it's a good working way to go with this. The parkway needs to come through like Main Street Parkway. It needs to come through all the way whenever this project or any project is going to go through. I have concerns that people will want to pay the prices that Latitude wants to charge. I also strongly have felt there needed to be a leasing manager on this property for a long time. Now, who's going to take all the calls if there's no leasing manager on site? Well, it's probably going to be City Hall or me, probably, or something like that. I just think that's really a big issue too. You know, I've had several meetings with Ward 8 residents, and I think I've talked to you people, and I've said, hey, everybody realizes that Crestview and Etherton is going to be developed down the road. And I think most people agreed with that statement. You know, the Village Green is going to be a crown jewel for Wildwood for many years to come. It's going to be a gathering place for many years to come. We got to get this right, and Latitude is not the right development to go next to the Village Green.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Councilman?
I'd like to call the question for the final reading of Bill 2967.
All right, Councilmember Marshall is calling the question. It doesn't look like we have any other speakers, so I think at this point, then we will go ahead and proceed with a vote on the matter here. This does require, I believe, how many votes is that?
Mr. Mayor, it would require 11 votes considering it is a PRD, and if it does not get 11 votes, it is tied together and would fail without 11.
Okay, so go ahead.
Councilmember Brost,
Yes.
Councilmember Edens,
Yes.
Councilmember Ottenberg,
No.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall, Councilmember Jaxi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hopper,
No.
Councilmember Galani,
No.
Councilmember Mabry, Councilmember Farmer,
No.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
No.
Councilmember Rambo,
No.
Councilmember Krantz, Councilmember Albers.
Okay, the motion fails, so. Okay, so per the city administrator, what he mentioned before, is we do need a motion to officially deny this, or the appeal. So can we get a motion for denial, the appeal made by Councilmember Mabry, seconded by Councilmember Farmer? All those, we have a motion on the floor. Let's, yeah, so go ahead. So the question, go ahead, why don't you restate your question?
Yeah, sorry. So the motion I made is to officially deny it, and then the petitioner can officially appeal it tomorrow morning. And what's the short step process of what happens to it after my motion to have postponed it a month didn't go anywhere? It needs work, and it needs work for me in responsibility and ownership of the development by the owner. And until it has that, I have to be a no, because that was one of my two. The traffic's been answered. Yeah, the northern lane, it's horrible right now, but it's intended to be changed.
Well, hold on a second here, because this is already an appeal. So Director Vunich, do you want to go ahead and answer that? Or
Again, from the perspective of the department, typically when a PRD is denied, there is a provision in our zoning ordinance that says no similar proposal can be submitted within 12 months. Now, I don't know if that includes a reconsideration at the next meeting of city council. I would defer to the city attorney.
all right, can we have the city attorney, if you can respond to that?
Well, the motion right now and the bill has been denied, so this is rejecting the appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission. There is no appeal to that determination.
Okay. So the city attorney, you're saying there is no further appeal because we already are discussing the appeal. And I think Director Vunich said something about a reconsideration. Can you elaborate on that if that's?
John,
If I understand what he's stating, there is really not an appropriate reconsideration under the circumstances of this procedure.
Okay, so it seems like this would be the final action here. So again, we do need a motion to officially, is it to deny the appeal?
Correct.
That correct, City Attorney?
I'm sorry, the appropriate motion is to uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So at this point, given the vote that we just had, then that is the motion to uphold the planning and zoning decision there. Okay, so we need to get a motion for that. And I know we had just gotten a motion on the floor, so I will ask the maker and the second, if that was your intention, or if not, we'll seek another first and second.
Had not been aware of the requirement to wait a year to bring back the same development, but with ownership and responsibility shown by the owner.
Okay, so you will not make that motion. Councilmember Farmer.
I'll make the motion and I just make sure everybody is understanding by us making this motion and it passing that effectively ends the conversation on latitude until in the past, it has been up to 12 months. They could bring back the same proposal, I suppose. Well, late down the road. I mean, if they can't just do it right away. I mean, they got to come back. Maybe they come back with something else, but this passage of this effectively ends this conversation. Correct, everybody?
That is correct.
Yes. So
Great.
Councilmember Farmer, you're making that motion. Is there someone who wishes to second that motion? Councilmember Kranz, you've seconded that motion. So we have the motion on the floor. Are there any questions? Councilmember Dodwell.
That does not preclude the developer to come back with a different proposal titled differently and with a different arrangement of homes, et cetera, and a different method for
Correct.
maintaining those homes, just as has been done in other developments within the city of Wildwood in the past. They would not have to wait a year to come back with an alternative use of the property. Is that correct?
Director Vunich, I see you coming up. Do you want to speak to that?
Well, again, I would ask the city attorney for some assistance. I am going to the regulations for the Planned Residential Development Overlay District.
It would have to go back to planning and zoning as a new development and go through the same process that they've gone through this time.
The intention is not to bar the developer. It's just this conversation now ends. And if they want to start it over again, that's up to them, but it's got to be
It's a year.
patently, if they can't come back with the same
They
project.
can't come back with the same project within a year's time frame. Is that what I'm understanding?
Mr. Vunich, isn't it that if they come back, they can't come back within 12 months with a PRD request? So they could come back with a request for straight zoning, but not for the PRD within that 12-month period. That's
To the code, no application for a change of zoning classification with an accompanied PRD shall be made by an applicant since concerning any land area of which any portion thereof has been subject to a public hearing conducted by the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council within the immediate preceding 12-month period, and which resulted in the rejection of the proposed PRD application. So it includes change of zoning classification with an accompanied PRD. Mr. Young, any thoughts that you'd like to share?
City Attorney,
Joe, would you tell me that code section if you wouldn't mind, please?
Certainly, it's section 415.510, item J6.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, so this would effectively prohibit a PRD being considered or applied for on that property for a 1-year period.
okay, so no PRD application for a 1-year period. Councilmember Dodwell, does that answer your question or, okay? All right, well, then we just need, we have that motion on the floor. We'll do a roll call on that.
Councilmember Brost,
And just actually, let me rephrase. I want to make sure we're very clear on what is the motion. So the motion is to uphold the denial. Therefore, if you are voting yes, then the city is officially denying the proposal. Go ahead.
Councilmember,
Wait, we have a clarification question. So, yes, so the motion is to uphold the denial decision, which means that a yes vote means you are denying the proposal. So, city attorney, maybe you can explain that. What is a yes or no vote? I want to make sure we have clarification when we have these.
Yes, Mayor. So the motion is to uphold or affirm the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, which was a denial. So a yes vote will uphold and affirm the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission to deny the rezoning request. So if you are wanting to be consistent with the vote that occurred on the denial of the ordinance, rejection of the ordinance, a yes vote is the appropriate vote, and the project will not move forward.
And the question is, what happens if there's a no vote, or I guess if there are enough no votes, then at what point, what does that mean?
You mean if we don't have enough numbers to get a simple majority?
Yeah, just if there are no votes, would there another motion be required by council at that point?
Yes, another motion would have to be held on that at that point.
Well, I think hopefully everyone is clear now. Then when we go do a roll call, Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah, so I think John or Tom or somebody correct me if I'm wrong. This is a procedural vote. The vote that mattered was the last vote. This vote just upholds what has already happened, in effect, closing the loop on this thing. So
I would agree with that assessment. Yes.
I will suggest, Mr. Mabry, that if your hope was to get some more conversation about the previous development, that was the last vote. This one is just upholding what has already gone through. It's sort of a silly procedural process that we have to do on a bunch of stuff, and it's weird, but we got to do it.
Is your microphone on, please?
I don't want to have the developer, as much as I do not appreciate the tack they took with their project management, absence of planning, just a downright refusal. I don't want the developer punished, forced to wait a year for any PRD. There could be a PRD that's worth attending in less than 12 months' time.
That is the code. So we can't change the code right now with the vote that we have. That's not changing the code. So again, as Councilmember Farmer mentioned, that is, if you wish to stay consistent, then yes means that you reaffirm the denial. And obviously, if you wish, otherwise, then we'll see where that gets us. All right, I think we have had plenty of discussion here, so let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Brost?
No.
Councilmember Edens?
Well, I'll make it easier. I'm trying to be a graceful loser and we move as a body. So I'm a yes.
Councilmember Ottenberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell?
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall?
Yes.
Councilmember Jaxi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hopper?
Yes.
Councilmember Galani?
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry?
No.
Councilmember Farmer?
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon?
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo? Councilmember Krantz? Councilmember Albers?
Okay, well, thank you very much. Then we'll proceed. And yeah, thank you. So we're going to move forward back to the main session, main part of the agenda, 2964. So yeah. Okay, so we have Councilmember Albers take a quick break. So it is 9 o'clock. We'll take a 5-minute break and then continue the meeting. Ready to start at 9:05. We can complete our business and get everyone home. All right, we're going to resume the meeting here. So, council members, if you can please return to your seats. All right, let's get started. Thank you for that. All right, so we have several items under unfinished business here. So again, let's get started. All right, Bill 20, we have several bills, and again, for the sake of expediency, and hopefully we can get this resolved quickly here. We have several bills that I'll ask if there's no objection to read in mass. So under unfinished business bills, 2964, 2965, 2968, and 2972. Do we have any objections to reading these bills in mass? All right, seeing none, then can I get, we have these bills before the council. Can I get a motion for the second reading of bills 2964, 2965, 2968, and 2972? Made by Councilmember Kranz and seconded by Councilmember Dodwell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, please read the bills.
Bill 2964, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a city contractor agreement on behalf of the city with Pace Construction Incorporated for the resurfacing of various public streets within the city, including traffic control and other incidental items as shown on the project bid documents. Bill 2965, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a city contractor agreement on behalf of the city of Wildwood with RV Wagner Incorporated for repairs to Centaur Road, Bridge 3-112 within the city of Wildwood. Bill 2968, an ordinance of the city of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, approving the adjustment of certain lots that are situated on the northwest corner of Pond Road and Smith School Road, with such being a tract of land that is part of U.S. Survey 385, Township 45 North, Range 3 East, St. Louis County, Missouri, and hereafter having the two lots known as Dunn Boundary Adjustment Plat of 1318 and 1336 Pond Road, number 2. Bill 2972, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, approving a change in zoning from the NU non-urban residence district to the R1A 22,000 square foot residence district for a 3-acre tract of land which is located on the east side of Etherton Road, north of Manchester Road, thereby allowing for its division into 3 parcels of ground, such also being consistent with the neighborhood edge district designation of the Town Center Plan, PZ 5-24, Etherton Heights Edge District designation of the Town Center Plan. I'm sorry, I misread that.
Okay. Thank you for these. We'll ask to see if we have any comments from Director Vunich. You wish to come up regarding these bills? Or Director Brown, you want to start first? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I don't have anything additional to add to Bill 2964 or 65. However, if there are any questions, I'll be glad to address them at this time.
Do we have any questions for Director Brown regarding these bills? All right, seeing none, then ask you to take a seat, and Director Vunich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, there have been no changes to the bills since their introduction. But if there are any questions or comments, like Mr. Brown, I'll do my best to answer them at this time.
Any questions for Director Vunich?
Thank you.
All right, seeing none, then these bills are ready for a roll call for final passage. So please go ahead and read the roll.
Do we need a motion? I mean, we had a motion to read them the second time, but don't we need a motion to approve the?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, so again, so can we get a motion? We don't need
Yeah, it's already been read.
I think we already have a motion for them to be read, so,
Yeah.
so now we.
Your
just need
motion
to-
was
Motion to-
okay to do the second reading. So that,
Yeah,
That-
yeah, please go ahead and
Oh.
call the roll on that.
Councilmember Edens,
Yes.
Councilmember Ottenberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
yes.
Councilmember Jaxi. Councilmember Hopper.
Yes.
Councilmember Galani.
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry.
Yes.
Councilmember Farmer.
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon.
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo.
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons. Councilmember Albers.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. We'll move on to new business. And similarly, we have three bills that I would like to see if there is any objection to reading all three bills under new business, bills 2973, 2974, and 2975 en masse. I do understand there is a request for a second reader, 2975. We'll certainly entertain that afterwards. So at this this point, any objections to doing that? All right, can I get a motion for the first reading of these bills, 2973, 2974, and 2975? Made by Councilmember Ottenberg. Is there a second for the motion? Made by Councilmember Dodwell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, Colleen, please go ahead and read these bills.
Bill 2973, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, approving the adjustment of certain lots that are situated on the terminus of Persimmon Lane, with such being a tract of land, that being all of lots 1 and 2 of Felicity Hill, Plat Book 302, Book 23, and part of Persimmon Lane, with all situated in U.S. Survey 3206, Township 44 North, Range 3 East of the 5th Principal Meridian, St. Louis County, Missouri, and hereafter having the two lots known as Boundary Adjustment Plat of Felicity Hill. Bill 2974, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, approving the consolidation of 3 existing lots of record into 2 parcels of ground that are situated on the southwest corner of Taylor Road and Main Street, which with such also being a tract of land that is located in the southeast quarter of Section 1, Township 44 North, Range 3 East of the 5th Principal Meridian, City of Wildwood, St. Louis County, Missouri, and hereafter having the resultant properties known as Wildwood Town Center Plat 4. Bill 2975, an ordinance of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a third amendment to Consultant Services Agreement with Rana Alanez CPA for accounting consultant services.
Thank you. Director Vudish, do you have anything you wish to add?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, both of these are adjustment plats. One is to increase the size of one lot at the cost of the other. Mr. Dewberry has provided you a colorized version of it. The light line in the center of the parallelogram is the existing lot line, and the new lot lines are in purple. If there are any questions regarding that particular item, I'd be glad to answer them. And then the other relates to the proposal that is being considered for Chapter 100. These are the properties that anchor the southwest corner of Taylor Road and Main Street. There are 3 lots of record. The owner of the lots would like to combine the 3 lots into 2. The one lot will accommodate the apartment building, multiple family units, and the other is for future development. And if there are any questions on that particular item, the department would be glad to answer them.
Do we have any questions, Councilmember Dodwell?
Sorry, Joe, I just wanted to double check on Bill 2973 Persimmon Lane. Are those up on the cliff over the railroad tracks? Okay, I just was thinking water runoff with the Merrimack running so close to it, so
And
thank you.
You're intuitive to notice there is also an ongoing discussion with the property owners about the dedication of the required trail easement. We haven't settled that yet, so
Okay,
I may have some new news in May.
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rambo.
Yeah, just a quick one, Joe. The other, the 2977, the southernmost lot, I thought that was all sort of one development in which included those dozen or so homes that were going to be built on that parcel. Are you suggesting that the project is not split into two, or I just conflated those erroneously?
During the process, when the site-specific ordinance was approved, there was 14 single-family detached dwellings on individual lots. Kelby Homes had expressed interest in developing that section of this particular project. They did some testing and there was auger refusal at 3.5 feet, which meant that they would have to blast or chip to do basements. And so from the perspective of the number of lots, it just wasn't economically feasible. Okay. Mr. Cohn does own the property and he's calling it future development at this time.
Okay, so in future, when we're considering this project in the future, it's just, we forget about those homes down there.
Yes, for now, it's just something that isn't necessarily moving forward. Obviously, they could do slab on grade, but in St. Louis, basements are preferred.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You could also do, could we also do a business development there sometime?
Certainly.
That's what I
Certainly.
thought.
Councilmember McCutcheon.
Yeah, Joe, on the same thing, so these parcels are not the ones that were being approved for the hard court lots. It's on the other side of the street. Is that correct?
No, that is a standalone parcel. It's approximately 2+ acres in size. And so it's separated by obviously Taylor Road from this particular site. And so it's a standalone lot of record, so no need to do anything with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Vunich, can I just ask a question? I
Didn't mean to
did
walk
see.
away from you, Mr. Mayor.
Hmm.
Didn't mean to walk away from you.
No, that's okay. What I thought I saw a note maybe about a second reading for 2974. Is that still?
I was hoping that Mr. Cohn. But what I have been told by Mr. Cohn is that part of the financing for this project is the collateral that's provided, and part of the collateral is the land, the parcel of ground where the multiple family development is to go. So I'm assuming that if it's sooner than later, it's probably better from a financial standpoint.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I see Councilmember Galani and then Councilmember Albers. Go ahead.
I was just going to make a motion to do a second reading.
All right, so Councilmember Galani is making a motion for a second reading of 2974. Councilmember Albers. That is correct. There was a request by the petitioner, so we could read en masse both of these if there's the intention of the council to do second reading. Oh, okay. So we'll come back to cattails is separate. So 2975 is actually the other bill that there was a request by the city administrator regarding the agreement with the accounting consultant services.
Thank you, Mayor.
So again, bills 2974 and 2975. Councilmember Galani, are you good with second reading on both?
Yes.
Okay, then we still need a second made by Councilmember Marshall. So all those in favor of a second reading of bills 2974 and 2975, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? All right, Colleen, can you please read both bills?
Bill 2974, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, approving the consolidation of 3 existing lots of record into 2 parcels of ground that are situated on the southwest corner of Taylor Road and Main Street, which also being a tract of land that is located in the southeast quarter of Section 1, Township 44 North, Range 3 East of the 5th Principal Meridian, City of Wildwood, St. Louis County, Missouri, and hereafter having the resultant properties known as Wildwood Town Center Plat 4. An ordinance of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, Bill 2975, an ordinance of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a third amendment to the consultant services agreement with Rana Alanez CPA for the accounting consultant services.
Thank you. So both of these bills have now been read. Director Vunich, do you have anything you wish to add?
Regarding Bill 2974, if there are any questions or comments, the department would be glad to try to answer them.
Do we have any questions or comments regarding 2974? Councilmember McCutcheon? Okay, so it looks like then we're gonna have to go back and read them separately. So let's start over. We'll do these separate. Let me see, City Attorney, can you just confirm if we have to get two separate motions to read these separately, or can we have the votes just handled separately? We read them in mass, 2974 and 2975. There's a request now to split them after they've been read together.
You can read that, you can have the motion for second reading together and vote on them together.
No, but the request is to vote separately.
We already read it.
Yes, a motion to, a separation of the votes is appropriate. That's fine.
So we need a motion for a separation of the votes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we get a motion for separation of the votes made by Councilmember McCutcheon, seconded by Councilmember Farmer? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, now these are separated, so we will go ahead. They've both been read. So we will start with Bill 2974. We will have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Ottenberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Jaxi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hopper,
Yep.
Councilmember Galani.
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon. No. Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons, Councilmember Albers,
Okay, the motion passes.
Did I get?
Did,
Oh. Councilmember Edens.
Yes.
And
Anyone else?
Councilmember Brost.
Councilmember Bro?
Yes,
Councilmember Brost. Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you for that. All right, we'll now move to Bill 2975 for a roll call on that one.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Jaxi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hopper,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani,
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo, Councilmember Crayons, Councilmember Albers, Councilmember Brost,
Yes,
Councilmember Edens,
Yes.
Councilmember Ottenberg.
So now we'll move forward to the next section of the agenda. First readings from hearings with favorable city recommendation, Bill 2976. In first reading, is there a motion for the first reading of Bill 2976? Made by Councilmember Farmer. Is there a second on the motion? Made by Councilmember Hopper. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, go ahead, Colleen, read the bill.
Bill 2976, an ordinance by the City Council regarding PZ 28-21 Ashley Grove Cypress Real Estate LLC in care of Daniel Stegman, which thereby authorizes the reapproval of the planned residential overlay district PRD in conjunction with the existing R3 10,000 square foot residence district designation of the subject property, with said 5-acre site being located on the west side of Center Avenue, south of its intersection with Manchester Road, hereby approving a total of 11 new single-family dwellings along with the retention of the existing residents, and such being consistent with the letter of recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission dated March 3rd, 2025.
Okay, Director Vunich, please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, this particular matter was heard at public hearing tonight. There were a number of questions raised. The department did its best to answer them. If there are any others, the department would be glad to try to answer them again.
Okay, again, first reading, so as a reminder, this is the opportunity to ask any questions or seek further information. There's no debate on the first reading. And certainly if there is any change or amendment, that would be appropriate to be made at the second reading. So we have Councilmember Albers and then Councilmember Marshall.
Actually, the zoning district designation per our code is 10,000 The next is 7,500 on the smaller size, and the other is 22,000 on the, 15,000 the upside. So the 12,000 feet is in the ordinance itself. Yes, and Mr. Brown and I, with his cooperation, will see what we can do to kind of figure out the concerns about the gate, the T turnaround, et cetera.
Councilmember Marshall, and then Councilmember Kranz. Councilmember-
My concern was with the fire gate in town center. I know I can just vote no, but if that could be corrected, I think there's some advantage to that.
All right, Councilmember Kranz. Is your microphone on, by the way?
Sorry. Now, I'm being told this is town center. And where do you get 12,000 square foot lots in town center? I don't. Is this town center for sure? I'm asking that because people don't believe it.
Well, I make my fair share of mistakes each and every day, but this is part of town center.
Okay. And the zoning is appropriate.
Zoning is appropriate because, again, the neighborhood edge district allows a range from, for the most part, the non-urban all the way down to the R4. So we're
Okay.
in a smaller zoning district classification.
Okay. I mean, we just went through latitude in 38 and that's all you heard, town center, town center. So I am surprised here.
Well, again, there has to be a southern boundary to town center, and in this particular instance, this is it.
Okay.
And I would argue 12,000 square foot lots in town center is probably not the norm. Take Main Street Crossing, Canberry, Brightleaf, these lots are larger than those generally. And
Brightleaf was 1,300 square foot lots.
well, in Village E,
Latitude in 38, not
Yeah.
Brightleaf. Okay.
but I would also just suggest houses that are $1.5 million to start out. I don't think that's going to affect property values.
Okay.
And I don't mean to be disrespectful to the residents,
Yeah.
and I just don't see how that harms the value of their property.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions? If not, then this will be on the agenda for the next meeting. For second reading, certainly open up for debate and any amendments if there wish to be any. So okay, so now we're going to move on to two more items under the same portion of the agenda. We have bills 2977 and 2978. So the city administrator suggested we can entertain reading these both in mass if there's no objection. Is that any objection to that? All right, so we will read both of these, and I know there is a request for a second reading of 2978, which we'll entertain after. So can I get a motion for a second for the first reading of bills 2977 and 2978? Made by Councilmember Rambo. Is there a second? Made by Councilmember Edens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstained? All right, Colleen, please go ahead and read bills 2977 and 2978.
Bill 2977, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, that authorizes the reversion of an amended C8 Commercial District to the NU Non-Urban Residence District for a series of properties forming a 4.08 acre site that is situated on the south side of Manchester Road, west of Taylor Road. Street addresses 16830, 16832, 16832A, and 16840 Manchester Road, St. Louis County, locator numbers 24V 630352, 24V 63001, 24V 610068, and 24V 520202. Given this zoning action is required due to the Site Development Plan, SDP, for the proposed project authorized by it not being submitted within the allotted 24-month period of time, with such being consistent with the Planning and Zoning Commission's letter of recommendation dated March 3rd, 2025. Bill 2978, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, approving amendments to existing amended C-8 Planned Commercial District Ordinance Number 792 to allow for an additional permitted use and related regulations to be authorized on the subject site, which is located on the northeast corner of Clayton Road and Strecker Road, street address 16497 Clayton Road, St. Louis County, locator number 21U 120327, such being a luxury pet boarding facility which will be limited to the keeping of cats, with all being consistent with the recommendation report prepared by the Planning and Zoning Commission that is dated April 7th, 2025, PZ 1-25 Cattails Lodge.
Thank you. Director Vunich, do you wish to add anything?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, as the previous item, these two proposals were heard at public hearing tonight. And at the public comment session during the public hearing on PZ 1-25 Cattails Lodge, the petitioner requested respectfully a second reading. If there are any questions or comments regarding the two bills, the department would be glad to try to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Dodwell, Councilmember Hopper, and then Councilmember Marshall. Go ahead, Councilmember Dodwell.
Just a real quick question. Do you know whether or not the HVAC for each of the units in that complex is separate? I'm allergic to cats, and even though I love them, so I wanted to make sure we didn't have dander and hair going into other buildings.
I do not know of the overall HVAC system for the center, but there is a requirement from the Planning and Zoning Commission that there be an indoor air system for this particular use.
Director Vunich, if I
Thank
can
you.
add, being once a tenant for a short while, each unit has their own thermostat and their own unit in the back.
Okay,
So-
I just hadn't wanted to confirm that.
Okay, Councilmember Hopper.
Just question in the interest of efficiency, would there any reason we would not do a second reading on the other? Would it be beneficial to get it knocked out?
In the scale of public hearings, this is probably on the low end, meaning in terms of why we had to do the public hearing was more of an administrative item. Just adding a use is typically not as complicated as this has been, and I know the petitioner is anxious to get into space.
I'm at the other.
You're talking about Bill
The-
2977?
No, there's no particular hurry. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, Councilmember Marshall.
Has that property been sold?
It is
4
under
acres.
the ownership of the mosque that has the place of worship now. They did submit a proposal to the Development and Zoning Review Committee for, I believe, four-story buildings
Yes.
with a total of 100 plus multiple family units. The Development and Zoning Review Committee gave it a very harsh review and told them to try again.
All right, then we have Bill 2977 that'll come back for another, the second reading, but for Bill 2978, is there a motion for the second reading of Bill 2978? Made by Councilmember Hopper, seconded by Councilmember Ottenberg. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, Colleen, please read Bill 2978.
Bill 2978, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, approving amendments to existing amended C-8 Planned Commercial District Ordinance Number 792 to allow for an additional permitted use and related regulations to be authorized on the subject site, which is located on the northeast corner of Clayton Road and Strecker Road, street address 16497 Clayton Road, St. Louis County, locator number 21U 120327, such being a luxury pet boarding facility which will be limited to the keeping of cats, with all being consistent with the recommendation report prepared by the Planning and Zoning Commission that is dated April 7th, 2025, PZ 1-25 Cattails Lodge.
Mr. Mayor, just in response to Ms. Dodwell's question, The regulation reads, the owner operator of this facility shall provide interior air purification and said design of same, and plan shall be submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review and action. If there are any other questions or comments?
All right, Councilmember Edens.
We have such a small amount of businesses in Ward 2. I very, very rarely get to approve it, and we've had a stressful meeting, so I'm just gonna have to go ahead and make the dad joke that you're the perfect addition and welcome to the Ward 2 Business Club.
It's a good one. All right,
You did laugh. You laughed.
thank you.
It wasn't a catastrophe. So.
All right, well, yes, let's, the roll call for Bill 2978.
Councilmember Marshall, Councilmember Jaxi, Councilmember Hopper,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani,
Sure.
Councilmember Mabry,
No.
Councilmember Farmer, Councilmember McCutcheon,
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons, Councilmember Albers, Councilmember Brost,
Yes.
Councilmember Edens.
Yes.
Councilmember Ottenberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell.
Yes.
Colleen, did you get me? I'm a yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Did every-
I checked you
we
off.
get every- Okay. Well, that covers that item there. So now I'm gonna move into the consent agenda. Is there any objection to reading the items in mass? Just for editorial comment, there is an item there, see mayor's appointments, but we didn't have any appointment to bring forward tonight, so that does not have any attachment. So therefore, any objection? Okay, you feel like you're gonna vote differently on that? Yeah. Go ahead, Director Greenwich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Albers, the resolution requires 30 days of blackout before the department would be able to issue the demolition permit. More so than anything, the province, the Marinus province, has agreed to allow us to salvage certain materials if we want them. So the department believed the 30 days was essential to ensure that that was done in a reasonable amount of time. Tonight, Mr. Gunther asked for an additional 30 days to total 60 days. Certainly, that's an option for the city council to consider. We did that with the J.P. Connell House on St. Albans Road. We gave 60 days because there were active negotiations going on between a party and the owners of the property. But again, there is a 30-day window.
Being a alumni of Marinus High School, this is an amazing building. I would ask everybody to Google Mary Cliff Wildwood and see this building. It's unbelievable. And I would like to suggest we give them that extension to see if, I mean, it's gonna take a lot of money. I don't know if they have it, but it would be awesome if they wanted to put that kind of money into it and develop a new retreat center. There is another retreat center down there already, so.
Well, the Mary Cliff had been proposed to be more of a family setting.
Okay.
So parents and children could come and participate in a retreat, which I understand isn't necessarily offered. The reason that the fundraising to make it into a family retreat center stalled was COVID, as was
Right.
mentioned, but also Eureka Fire Protection District wanted a certain volume of water available, which meant they had to basically buy a big tank and then pressurize it. It was millions of dollars. Surprisingly, since that time, we now have a water main that goes through the Marinus Retreat Center that also serves the city of Eureka. So that problem's kind of been solved.
Well, if it's appropriate now, I would like to make a motion to extend that window another 30 days for them.
Director Vunich, so we just exclude this resolution for now and then,
Yes, you can do the consent agenda by voice vote minus this item and then pick this up separately.
okay. So then with that, I do believe there was another hand on this side.
Yes, it was mine, but I was going to make exactly the same points as Mr. Albers and move for to pull this out.
Okay, so therefore, given that discussion there, what we'll do is look for a motion for a vote of the consent agenda excluding resolution 2025-08. And if there's someone that wishes to make that motion, we'll entertain that now. Made by Councilmember Edens, seconded by Councilmember Albers. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oppose or abstain. All right, we'll come back now to that resolution item. Director Vunich, are you recommending this postponement for the next meeting, or how would you entertain that?
Barbara, we respectfully request a motion to amend the resolution to increase the blackout period to 60 days. And then once that motion is approved, to approve the amended resolution by second motion and voice vote.
Okay, so therefore we'll need a motion for approval of resolution 2025-08 with the amendment there. So made by Councilmember Albers, is there a second by Councilmember Marshall? Again, Colleen, just to make sure that you've got that right there. You good? Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Ottenberg.
Yeah, so I guess just to sort of recap, Director Vunich, did we not already grant a extension back in, I believe it was March, in order to try to provide some people the opportunity to buy this property, if I'm not mistaken?
Might have been.
Yes, so just real briefly, we started this process in April 2024 when the Historic Preservation Commission visited the site. We had a lot of discussion with the province, their attorneys particularly, and they were willing to give us time to see if we could find a solution or options that might work to retain it. They were patient, obviously, for many, many months. In December, the city received an email from the attorney saying, really, it's down to these two options. You can purchase the property en masse, or you can have the building if you can relocate it. At that time, the department spent the next couple of months trying to find a philanthropist that would basically purchase the property. Had one conversation with a gentleman that lives in town. He decided not to pursue it. The group from Chaminade has been working independently from the city. That was not something that the city initiated. It was just word of mouth got out about the Marinas province doing this. And so from that perspective, we've exercised all of our options, and at the Planning and Parks Committee meeting, the members authorized the resolution to be, the question to be submitted to the council. Council authorized the preparation of the resolution, which is being heard.
Thank you. I guess my own view of this topic, and excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice, but is that I would not be in favor of an extension here, simply because I think we need to allow the people who manage the Marianist operation the opportunity to utilize their property the way they so desire. We've already made some allowances for this building to be purchased, and granting yet another request for an extension, I would not be in favor of that.
All right, Councilmember Edens.
Yes, I would say if you're on the fence about an extension, as I sat here earlier, I remembered. So I'm on a Missouri Municipal League Policy Board, and we had a speaker that came the last time I was there, and they are I think they're an NGO that's state adjacent, but they specialize in finding historic properties in downtowns and matching it with a business group that will come in and take it over so that it is redeveloped and not knocked down. And I don't believe we've tried that group, and I really wish I wasn't having a moment where I can't remember the name, but I do have a business card squirreled away, and the contact information. I'll get it to you guys. So it's one thing we haven't tried, and we might as well try it.
Well, the resolution as prepared gives 30 days before the permit should be released.
Yeah, I don't think 30 days would be enough to bring in another organization. So I would support the 60 motion.
All right, any other questions? If not, Councilmember Randall.
Yeah, just a comment. This is a 124-year-old building, and it's probably the nicest existing historic structure in Wildwood. And the Marianists we kind of got two stories as to whether they were really willing to sell the property. Now we've got some clarity that they may entertain the notion of purchase. And before it was telling the department that yes, we'll sell it, and telling others, no, we don't want to sell it, we're going to tear it down. And so now that we have that clarity, I think it's for the magnitude of the loss, I think it's worth the extra 30 days. I just wanted to say that.
All right, seeing no other discussion, we have a motion on the floor. Colleen, do we need it reread, or is everyone clear with it? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? Okay, we have one no, the motion passes. All right, moving on, miscellaneous.
We now need to go back and approve the amended resolution. So that was on the amendment.
Okay, well, I thought we approved the event.
We, Joe, Mr. Vunich, if I read you correctly, we needed an amendment to make it 60 because currently it states 30. And that amendment was just on the floor, was voted on. Now we need to go back to the original resolution and approve the amended resolution.
That was my understanding, to amend the resolution from 30 days to 60 days. Once amended, then approve.
So do we have that motion on the floor, the original motion? That part of
I took the original motion to be the amendment to the time frame.
Okay, so now we do need an emotion, 25-08. Made by Councilmember Jaxie, seconded by Councilmember Rambo. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? That motion passes. Thank you. All right, that covers the consent agenda. So we'll ask if there's anything under miscellaneous. Otherwise, then make for motion to adjourn. Yes, Councilmember Jaxie.
So I thought you all were going to have to deal with me one more meeting, but as the mayor pointed out, Lafayette High School's graduation is on the 12th next month. So I just wanted to say thank you. I've learned a lot serving on this council, and it has been an honor serving with all of you.
Likewise.
Joe, stay strong. You are an anchor on this city, and we need you. Rick, stay strong. I just want to also encourage everyone sitting on this dais to continue to do what you do, right? Work with each other every day. That's why I've enjoyed and learned so much from this, is from folks like you, Joe and Rob and Lauren and Ed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else under miscellaneous? No. Councilmember Galani.
I was just wondering if we could revisit the master plan before we leave.
Okay. That's a lot to cover in one night, and we are here late. So can I get a motion to adjourn the main meeting, because we do have to come back to the work session to finish that. So motions for adjournment of the main meeting made by Councilmember Farmer, seconded by Councilmember Albers. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed or abstain. All right, now we're back to the work session for tonight. So we were in the middle of the presentation that our city administrator was making regarding the Economic Development Committee consideration of the Chapter 100 requests received by the city.
Yes, with your permission, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll give just a quick update to review. What we're looking at is over the next 10 years for the property tax exemption, the developers are requesting $2,346,588. That is spread out over 10 years with the 50% abatement in the last 5 years and 100% abatement in the first 5. The sales tax exemption is estimated to approximately be about $1,039,965 in savings. And then the use tax exemption is expected to save around $133,341. But these numbers are not finalized. That would be done with the help of bond counsel such as Gilmore Bell bonds. And in this case, what really is being discussed tonight is the department can confidently say that the checklist for bringing this in front of the council has been met. They have submitted all the paperwork necessary, proving the financial end of it. Some considerations from the EDC, and it was mentioned by the individual during public comment tonight, was that eventually there will need to be a notification sent out to all taxing districts that this will be happening, that this is being discussed and being considered. So that is one thing that was brought up. That said, it was also discussed that without this this help, and one of the primary drivers for their request is that with the prices going up for the construction materials, it's just no longer feasible for them to proceed with the current costs. So we're kind of at a crossroads where it seems that if we can entertain this, and if we don't want to entertain it, then we could see a negative impact for the developer not going forward.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we have a couple of folks that wish to speak, so I'm going to take down. We have Councilmember Dodwell and Councilmember Ottenberg, and we have Albers and Farmer. All right, Councilmember Dodwell.
Having been on the Economic Development Committee, and having worked through this process both on that committee and on the Planning and Parks Committee, I feel very strongly that the group of individuals that are presenting this plan are more solid, more committed, more prepared to handle things for this particular development. That's the positive number one. The positive number two is if we don't do this development, then we reduce the amount of traffic for the businesses that are in town center. We reduce the income for the city. And while you see numbers here that they are not going to have to pay for this development, if it doesn't get developed, we're looking at what, $1,300 a year for property taxes on agricultural instead of $500,000 or $1 million in 10 years from now. Not to mention the traffic that I'm hoping will be coming from this development being in town center, people being able to walk to the theater, walk across the street to the restaurants, to the other activities. We need this here more than any other development. And I think we have a Wildwood resident who has been very dedicated, and he's tried and tried again to find developers to work with. And I applaud him for that and his continued diligence. Obviously, there's a win in this for him, but I think there's also a win in what we wanted the city of Wildwood to look like when we incorporated 30 years ago, 35 years ago. So I'm going to vote for this. I hope the rest of you do too.
Hey, Councilmember Ottenberg.
So I agree with everything that Councilmember Dodwell said. I guess I would also just put this in very easy to understand terms in terms of the tax revenue that Councilmember Dodwell mentioned. This is very little short-term pain in order to get very significant long-term gain. In addition to all of the residents that would be coming into this facility located just down the street here, which would provide a boost to our local businesses. We're dealing with a known quantity here, somebody that has done significant work within the town center, the Deerbergs project, amongst other things. And I think we can all feel confident that this is the right project to get behind.
Thank you. Councilmember Albers.
In this case, it's Mr. Cohn and his partner. Yeah.
Councilmember Fawn.
Thanks. So I think the project is coming together really nice. I'm excited about what I'm hearing. I'm not 100% sure if I'm for or against this 100 thing, simply because about a month ago, I went down to Jeff City because the city asked me to go testify about, please don't take our tax money away without talking to us. And then we're kind of doing that. So if we can get the Rockwood guys and those guys to sign off on it, I think that this is a great plan. But I want to have that conversation. I think it's, I'm not opposed to it if they don't also, but I think we need to give them the ability to make some of those decisions on their own. So I'm for whatever we need to do to get that conversation happening.
Councilmember Krantz.
How much money are we talking about tax rebatement total?
So in this case, Councilmember Crayons, at the end of the day, over the 10-year duration, we've got, total with the sales tax, use tax, and property tax exemption, it's $3,519,894. That's an estimated.
Could you
number.
clarify though that, because I know we don't collect any real estate.
For the city of Wildwood, how it's been presented and how it looks in the application is that the developer has mentioned and stated that they will not be buying any materials within St. Louis County. So that should not directly impact our revenue from the pool. That said, adding 400 residents, if that would actually positively impact the pool. For the property tax, the city doesn't levy a property tax. So in this case, this entire abatement is more so going towards impacting the other taxing districts.
I'm going to be honest here. I know Mr. Cohn. It's a precedent that we may set. It's a developer. Ed's done a great job for the city, but he's also on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And he's also a developer, which is fantastic. But I just don't feel comfortable with this. That's all I'm going to say. It's nothing personal. I just don't feel comfortable with giving a $3.5 million tax rebatement to a developer who sits on the Planning and Zoning Commission. That's all I'm going to say.
Anyone else wishes to speak? Councilmember Fawn.
Yeah, I think if we can get some tax breaks and stuff, whatever, I'm kind of curious what the cost. I know it doesn't cost us anything, but I am curious what it might cost the other folks, just so we can have a transparent dialogue about it.
Yeah. So right now, the current taxing district, it's mostly going to impact the school district because they're a little bit over 4%. It's about a little bit over 7% is the total tax right now, but they are currently ringing in, I believe it's around a little bit above 1,000.
No, I know what it is. And I'm not saying it's not like what they get now and what they would get if the building is here. It's more what are they getting if the building, not that you guys would build it this way, but like, what are they getting if the building is here? And what are they getting if the building is here with the tax program? It's clearly, if they're making $1,000 on agricultural land now, anything is better than that. So I just want to make sure that we're being as transparent as we can, because it's a short-term pain for a lot of people. So, I'm not opposed to it. I just we want to put the right information out there.
We can follow up, certainly. So right now, we would be today discussing whether or not to further negotiate. So in that case, once the bond council comes in, these numbers they've been estimated on their end, but we would need bond counsel to pretty much come in and give us the downright firm numbers. And at that point, we'd be able to say this taxing district would be missing out on these earnings for 5 years and then these earnings for the other 5 years, et cetera. But Mr. Young, did you have something you wanted to add there?
I just wanted to clarify that part of the statutory process for this type of economic development tool is for the creation of a tax impact analysis, which Gilmore and Bell is prepared to do and has a lot of experience doing. That document will be made public. There will be plenty of opportunity for public review, and it will also be sent certified mail to all the taxing jurisdictions. So in terms of the question about transparency, the transparency is built in the statutory process and it will be done.
Right, so at this point, I think, do we seek some direction as far as what would be the next step or what options the council can consider?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the options tonight are, it's in this is part of our public funding assistance policy, in which right now the council has the decision to proceed to the next phase, which is called the negotiation phase. What that would mean is we would engage the developer here and their attorney to sign an initial funding agreement, which would make them cover the cost from Mr. Young's law firm, but also bond counsel to conduct the legal analysis and come back to the city council, hold a public hearing, notify all the taxing districts, and then go through the traditional process. So this is more so, do we want to allow them to really to enter into the initial funding agreement? That's what we're deciding tonight.
Okay, I have Councilmember Edens, Dodwell, McCutcheon.
Motion to enter into initial agreement.
Okay, so
Draft.
Second.
So Councilmember Edens, you made your motion. Councilmember Dodwell, your intention a second. All right, I do have any other comments from both of you? Otherwise, we'll move to Councilmember McCutcheon and then Rambo.
Yep. So are we going to get letters of approvals from the other taxing districts before we go through the process? With the, what is it, the bonding, that Mr. Lee just,
Yeah, so in this
Explain.
case, and John, correct me if I'm, Mr. Young,
Yeah,
correct me if
sorry.
I'm wrong, but the letters would need to be sent out once we enter in this negotiation phase, that this is being discussed, and then we'd hold a public hearing at which, at that point, that the bond council would already had their calculations done. The letters should be expected, I would assume, by public hearing. The letters of no contest or the letter of support. I don't think you'll get a letter of support. Okay, so in that case, a letter would be sent out after tonight if we were to enter into initial funding and into further negotiation, that further negotiation phase, letting the other taxing districts know that this process is taking place and discussions are being held.
well, my hesitation is, given our current climate of economics, the federal government's cutting off a lot of support for education. I haven't been following it for the fire district, so I don't know. But education depends a lot on government grants. And if this project is going to take away from money for education, or if education doesn't agree with this and doesn't approve it, then nothing personal, but I can't support it. I need to make sure that education is going to be protected.
And in this case, I think that, the developer would agree with this. Before there would be a vote on the bill that would approve this in a public hearing, the departments would be expecting some type of letter that's notifying, and really, they're not ever going to support it, but they would say no contest to it. We expect that the future earnings outweigh the short-term pain. So in that case, that would be a firm expectation from the department as well.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other speakers that wish to speak regarding the item? Okay. Anyone else? All right, so then we have that motion on the floor. Seeing no other speakers, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Okay, 2 abstentions. So at this time, that motion passes. So let's see if we have one receive and file item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, the Planning and Zoning Commission was asked to review a conditional use permit for a telecommunications tower that's located on Joe's Way, north of Valley Road. The telecommunications tower needed to be extended for another year, its annual renewal, as well as they are adding new antenna to the tower. These antennas extend 18 inches from the surface of the pole tower, and the current requirements of the conditional use permit limit it to 15 inches. So the Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed both of those proposals and was favorable to each of them, recommending and changing the distance from 15 feet to 18 inches, 15 inches to 18 inches, and granted the annual renewal. As with any conditional use permit, City Council has the authority to exercise its power of review within 15 days of its receipt of the report from the Planning and Zoning Commission. So if there is an inclination to exercise power of review, it would need to be done tonight. If there are any questions or comments, the department would be glad to try to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I do see Councilmember Farmer and Mabry, Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah, I guess I don't really have an exact question about this because we talk about these a lot and I'm by no means a telecommunication expert. But I'm just curious, like from our process standpoint, is there something we can do to fix this so that like this can just happen in the background without us having to do this every time? Because while I do enjoy your presentations on them, I would love for your voice to be able to rest through some of them.
Well, I would never advocate taking the annual renewal away. That is the best way that we've been able to keep these facilities looking top notch, replacing landscaping that dies, landscaping that's poorly installed, painting the towers, ensuring that the requirements are met. I believe the telecommunication providers and the tower owners hate that, but it's perfect for us. In terms of the antennas, in the future, when we get new towers, if such occurs, we would probably not put a restriction like this on it and just have them return to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a new site plan.
I don't mean to change anything we're doing. I mean more from like your guys' end. You can have them replace whatever you want. I don't know that anybody up here cares about, I mean, we want it done, but I don't think we're all going to tell you what kind of boxwood to put in. So I'm just asking if there's a simpler way for us to just let you guys do your job without asking us every time one of these comes up.
That's a great question for the city attorney, and we'll talk about it tomorrow when we meet.
I was going to say.
Okay.
Thank you, though. I appreciate the thought.
Well, thank you. It looks like, oh, Councilmember Mabry, you did have your hand up. Sorry for that.
Not at all. Well, there's point and there's counterpoint. I love the fact that they get to ride herd on any public utility, and I would not want any change made because today it's changed from 15 to 18 or 17 and a half. I read where it was changed from 12 inches to 15 inches some years ago. We don't ride herd on them, and they're going to be sticking 18 and a half foot dishes on the sides of these things. And then they'll need another one on the other side to counterweight it, or else it'll fall over. So it's perfect. I don't mind the 1.5 inch increments every year as technology improves. So I'd like to see you working even harder instead of less.
You know, I was going to say, Bob, we'll have a full debate on this another night and we'll let you have as much time. All right. Well, I do appreciate we are late tonight. And of course, this was intentional for all the outgoing council members that you get one long meeting versus what it was all the time. Right, Ed? It was the meetings. Yeah, so but that was the norm. Now we did have to give you at least one. All right, well, thank you all. We need a motion to adjourn the work session. Made by Councilmember Hopper, seconded by Councilmember Edens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion passes. Thank you.